This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, aka the Big O, he covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We are feeling good this morning. We got over the hump on hump day. And this was what we were waiting for in free agency. You know, the Dolphins, I thought, have had a really good offseason so far because scheme-wise, they're filling a lot of their needs. But we all knew they had to have that one more need. And one of the things we talked about throughout the entire offseason was, throughout the season, was that I wanted to see two veteran linemen injected into this line. Why do I say that? And I've stuck to my guns to this from the beginning of last season. I told you that all five of these linemen are not bad players. Okay? It's just stupidity to think that, because they're hitting on all kinds of other players. So why would they completely miss on all five? Now, are you going to hit on all five? Hell no. And as I told you, if you do, then just give Chris Greer a 20-year contract extension. But two or three of them are going to hit. And that's exactly what Mike McDaniel said to himself when he watched the film. And he looks at it and he goes, play design on this team sucks. Coaching the offensive line sucks. You have no running game. No wonder this place is a disaster. That guy can play, and that guy can play. I can work with some of these guys and make them better. And that's what he said. And so he's happy with somebody at guard and somebody at tackle. And maybe somebody at center, I don't know. But two or three of the guys that you drafted the last couple of years are going to be starting. But yesterday, signing Teron Armstead, and I told you yesterday, it was so quiet. It was great news. Didn't I tell you that yesterday? I told you what normally these visits are you're in, you're out, you're already talking about the next city that you're visiting, whatever, all that kind of stuff. When you don't hear a peep and everybody disappears, that's good news. That means there's progress being made behind the scenes and they don't need to talk to anybody. And apparently Teron Armstead is, he's a leader type. You know what I mean? So this is not a guy that needs to be on social media and talking about stuff and talking crap about where he's going and what he's doing, and all that kind of stuff. He's, as they say, a made man, right? And so this was the move that really completes free agency now in the first phase of this offseason, because there's a couple of phases to this offseason. The second one will be, of course, the draft. And then the third one is options on street free agents, trades, those kind of other things, because that still could happen. But the Teron Armstead move, look, are we concerned about his injury history? Of course. But when you look at the options that were out there, he's the best option you have. And Miami desperately needs a leader on that line. And to me, that's why I wanted two linemen on this team that were experienced, because there's just too many young guys looking at each other going, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And that part's unfair to those young guys. What's gone on the last 2 years is, well, 2 years ago, at least you had Flowers in there. You had a couple guys that they could lean on, but what happened last year was unacceptable. It was just catastrophically stupid what Brian Flores did to have an inexperienced offensive line coach, inexperienced offensive coordinators, inexperienced offensive line, no great running backs, to then run all of that in front of an inexperienced quarterback. I mean, just how you would think that's going to work. So this year you've got experienced offensive line coaches, experienced offensive coordinator. Okay. Now you'll have some experienced offensive linemen. You'll have some experienced running backs that have actually had success in this system, and one that kind of fits perfectly in this system and has had success in his own right in Chase Edmonds. So all of a sudden now, everything that was wrong in front of the quarterback is now being fixed. This was a great move yesterday, because this makes free agency now an absolute slam dunk, because you filled all the other kind of needs that you needed, but you needed that star on the line. You needed that stud on the line, because you don't have it. Now you have it. Now you have a multiple-time Pro Bowler, a leader, one of the best left tackles in the game. Now all these guys can look to him. And Eichenberg and Jackson, this is priceless for them, man. This is something that they need badly, because this is a guy that can actually help them also get better in many different ways, not just with his play, not just because you can leave him on an island with the best talent on that side and then everything else shifts. It's a beautiful thing. Now the left guard doesn't have to worry about the left tackle. Left tackle, leave him on an island, leave him alone. Everybody else, all right, now you can double team somebody. You got a fullback. It's going to be a whole different ball game now. And that move is the move that just changes, and it has a domino effect to everything that goes on to the Dolphins on offense. They had to make this move. And by the way, the money's not that bad, because it's an $87.5 million deal for 5 years, which he won't see the 5 years, but 43 of it is guaranteed. So basically, you're looking at a 3-year deal worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $15-17 million with signing bonuses and roster bonuses and all of that kind of stuff. It's not really a deal that is, oh my God, a backbreaker, this and that. And it's over. No, Chris Greer actually negotiated a really good deal overall for one hell of a player. So now the question is the injury history. And that's the one thing that you have to be concerned about is the injury history. He missed 9 games last year, elbow and knee, and he's had injuries throughout his career. Hell of a player, but he's going to miss some time. That's the only knock on this whole thing. That's the only trepidation I have about this move. And it's a legitimate one. It's one the Dolphins should have, but it's a risk they had to take because you're getting an elite player. You're not getting a good player. You're getting an elite player at that position. So when he plays, he's going to make an enormous difference. And as somebody pointed out on the chat board a couple days ago, which was a really, really good comment, you've been playing on the turf in New Orleans. That knee will be a little easier on the grass in South Florida. So that will be, maybe a little less pounding on that knee because it's not the turf of the Superdome, which obviously that thing is old. That thing's been around for a long, long time. So that's actually a positive for him. He gets to practice on grass. He gets to play on grass. So I think all of those kind of things are going to be a positive for him, overall. So I like that part. But again, the injury history is the one thing that you've got to be concerned about. All right. We get ready for a little inside the paint. Although it looks like we're missing somebody for inside the paint. Let's bring up Ira Winderman. I don't know where my man Clay Ferraro is. Good morning, Ira. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Clay, I'm sure, is setting topics. And, it's interesting, we segue from the football talk to the start of the show today. In football, you lose one game and it can be catastrophic. College football, you play 11 or 12. Obviously, NFL, you play 17. And yet, didn't the Monday loss in Philadelphia, even though it's only 1 of 82, sort of raise the concern level more than 1 of 82 losses?
Yes. It did because you didn't take that game as serious. I thought, Spo sent a shot across the bow when he said we didn't get in front of guys, which was a really nice way of saying we didn't play defense. And you kind of didn't take them maybe as serious. And, I saw the Ask Ira questions that you had, and somebody brought up Tyler's defense in all of this.
What defense?
Right. Or there, yeah, exactly. So it's just one of those deals that kind of exposed, and you wonder, people are going to watch that. And I mean, Duncan is Duncan, and so is Tyler. And these are warts that they've had forever, and they were exposed again.
Yeah. And the thing, Big O, it's going to be interesting because at the end of games, you need offense and you need defense on both sides. And Tyler, if he's outscoring what he's giving up, is a plus player, and you can deal with that. But if they're good players going at him, that's not always going to be the case. And so I think it's going to be interesting because in the Tyler role at the end of the game, you need offense. He's one of their few creators. But on the other hand, if you don't have Tyler at the end of the game, could you have someone who could at least defend and hold the other team down? That's the Victor Oladipo role. And that's what makes tonight's game at FTX Arena against the Warriors, not because it's the Warriors, not because it starts a 4-game homestand. The Victor Oladipo clock is ticking. And it's ticking now with 10 games left. Look, you, me, and Clay, from the way back when we started our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, we're talking about when's Vic coming back? January, mid-January, mid-season, All-Star break. We waited and waited and waited. These really, I think, are 10 make-or-break games to the concept of whether Victor Oladipo can be a playoff game changer.
Well, he's already breaking because he's got back spasms.
Back spasms. And again, anyone of us who knows.
And listen, he can tell me, well, he's practicing. Bullshit. You've been practicing for months, dude. Now you're going to get a back spasm?
And you know this, anytime someone comes back from injury.
Your body can't hold up, bro. I mean, that's disturbing as hell.
11 hard months of coming back can take a toll. You know what I relate this to, Clay? I relate this to when a team goes down 20 points early and they have that valiant rally and they get within 3 in the fourth quarter,
and
the coach always says the same thing after the game. We use so much energy to try to get back. We didn't have enough at the finish. Are we at that point right now with Victor Oladipo?
Well, the bigger problem to me is you're having to figure out if you can rely on the other players, that it's not just Victor Oladipo. I mean, you've got Jimmy Butler with the ankle injury once again. We talked about this before the season even started, that, the one thing that could potentially undo what they put together with this team is it is a group of older players. And so is this the beginning of the older players breaking down, not just Jimmy Butler, but you're also seeing PJ Tucker kind of his performance has dropped off the last month or so, and he was somebody who was so important. So, I think you're not giving up on this team by any stretch of the imagination, but I think some of the things that you were concerned about heading into this season are starting to manifest itself at a pretty rough time.
And you know what, Big O? Your tease for today's Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint is this. Have the Heat players lost interest? Because I got to tell you, they look like a team at the end of the season that just wants to get to the playoffs. But for a team that was so steeled and so focused, not sure I see it in Jimmy Butler. We had those 2 or 3 shot games from Kyle Lowry where he didn't. And I'm just wondering, the old, we'll get it back together for the playoffs. They got to start getting it back together now.
Yeah. Or that, or find the glue to put Humpty Oladipo back together again. The Slomans Inside the Paint Show is next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Time for Inside the Paint as we have the Heat coming up with a game against the Golden State Warriors tonight at home, and it is a bounce-back game and one that Ira, I think if you're a Heat fan, and I'm just going to start this and be completely honest, that game bugged me the other night. And it was one of those games that, and it's for a variety of reasons, but it reminded me too much of last year's loss against the Hawks in Atlanta when Trae Young didn't play, Clint Capella didn't play. It was a game that ultimately ended up costing Miami the division. It decided who they ended up playing in the first round of the playoffs. Now, this year's Heat team, they still have that 2-game cushion. They're still okay when it comes to that 1 seed. But it was another game that could potentially swing your seeding and who you play, that you should have had that professional mindset going out there, take care of business, and they just didn't do it, Ira. And they did it in a way where you were getting, at one point, you were losing the second chance points battle 11-1 against a team that was the worst offensive rebounding team in the league heading into the game. What does that tell me? That's effort. You went out there and you didn't have the mindset that you needed to against a team that you should have beaten. And it was so, Ira, I think I don't want to be the, hey, let's sway with the breeze and sway too far one direction because of one game, because that's not the way the season works. that game bothered me, perhaps more than any game this season, and maybe as much as any game since that Atlanta game last year.
Yeah, I think one of the worst condemnations you can make of a team is they've lost interest. And I just think the Heat are at the point now after this marathon season and after 72 games and after injuries and changing lineups, they just want to get to the playoffs. And that's a dangerous approach, Clay, because if you're not sharpened and you're not honed at the right time, it all goes away. Yes, there will be a 1 week break, or at least 6 days. April 10th, final game of the regular season. Playoffs don't start until, for some teams, on April 16th. You'll get that exhale. But the Heat look like a team who just want to do enough. That you have a chance to step on someone's throat on Monday without Joel Embiid, without James Harden, and you don't. Instead, you recalibrate and you say, okay, we just only need to play at 70% effort level, 70% interest level to beat this team. You get burned when that happens. And that's why tonight's the perfect follow-up. You have a Golden State team that has lost 3 in a row, that was horrifically bad last night in Orlando, that might sit Draymond Green, that might sit Klay Thompson, that no matter what, without Steph Curry, will come in shorthanded. Do the Heat have the right mindset to go out and crush and to just absolutely pummel at the start? I'm not so sure they do. I'm not so sure, Clay, this isn't a team that's protecting Jimmy Butler's ankle, that might play it safe with some of the injured players. Tyler Hero, terrible game in Philadelphia. Might they rest his sore knee? So I just don't know when go time for this team is going to be, because it sure as heck wasn't Monday in Philadelphia.
All right, Jonesy gets us going right now in the chat. He says the Heat are done. And I'm not ready to go that far. I mean, but what I will say, and we're going to get through these topics as the day goes on, it wasn't just the mindset on Monday night that bothered me. It was something that we can kind of see. And Sean, I know you've got some of these graphics, so let's go ahead and get rolling with this. There was something in that game that I noticed a couple of years ago, and it's something that it could potentially be a fatal flaw in my mind. So I'm going to bounce this off of you. Was the defense that we saw from Tyler Hero down the stretch a fatal flaw? And you combine that with Duncan Robinson, you have two players who, what you're hoping for out of them is that their offense outweighs how poorly they play on the defensive end. But we saw in the late fourth quarter of that game, Tyrese Maxey finding Tyler Hero and going at him over. And it wasn't just him. They were finding ways to switch off. And it just seemed like wherever Tyler Hero was, they attacked him. Ira, is this a fatal flaw for this team come playoff time?
Yeah, I'm glad you added that last couple of words there. Those last 3 words, come playoff time. Playoff time is when you strategize for each game and each moment. In the regular season, you got a back-to-back. You can't plan for Team A because all of a sudden you got Team B the next game. You have 4, maybe 5 opponents in the same week. So you don't necessarily play to the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In the playoffs, you do. In the playoffs, you have a detailed scouting report against player A, B, and C, exactly what you do. And clearly against Tyler Hero, you go on the attack like Tyrese Maxey did. Tobias Harris did to a degree also. And yeah, it is. And it can be covered that if Tyler Hero is going to give up 15 fourth quarter points, but gives you 18 fourth quarter points, that's fine. Tyler Hero was the worst Heat player on the floor, minus 15 in that loss to Philadelphia. He was a net negative for you. I think the Heat's perfect closing lineup, like we were talking to Big O on the crosstalk, would be you get someone who could both score and play defense, because you do need one more scorer out there in attack mode, especially when Jimmy's been a little bit passive. Kyle's been a little bit passive. Victor Oladipo could be that player. So I'm curious tonight whether Tyler doesn't play because of the knee or whether he's available. Clay, will there be a moment, or should there be a moment in one of these games where Eric Spoelstra says, I know Tyler Hero is the 6th Man of the Year award winner. I know he's had a great season and he should get paid in the offseason. But I'm going to take Game X, whether it's tonight against the Warriors, Friday night against the Knicks, Saturday against Brooklyn, and I'm going to cast Victor Oladipo in that role. And I'm going to save some of his early game minutes so he doesn't run out of fuel, because I need to see what that looks like. And Clay, I hope he does, because I need to see what that looks like. Could Victor Oladipo, 11 months after quadriceps surgery, have enough in the tank to be a game changer, a sort of moment maker? I think that he needs to experiment. I think they need to see that moment.
And I think to get to the question as far as is it a fatal flaw, you're getting into this dangerous territory where you were last year, where you're almost relying on Victor Oladipo to be that. Whereas at the trade deadline this year, he was the addition that was going to be just that something extra down the stretch and heading into play. I don't like the team being in a spot where they have to rely on him to potentially do that. So now the flip side of that, and you mentioned this in your Ask Ira column, is Gabe Vincent didn't play the other night. And perhaps there are moments in the fourth quarter, maybe even not necessarily in the playoffs, but during the regular season where Tyler Hero is getting beaten over and over again on the defensive end of the floor, and he's not making up for it on the offensive end of the floor. Maybe Gabe Vincent comes in. When you have a full roster, Oladipo is clearly the obvious option there. But if he can't play, maybe it's a Caleb Martin. But you don't like that your best offensive player, and I'm fully on board right now saying that Tyler Hero is Miami's best scorer. You don't like that you can't necessarily play him down the stretch unless he is absolutely cooking on offense. And so, Ira, to me, that's the thing where it's like, it reminds me too much of the Indiana Pacers series a couple of years ago. And look, they swept the Pacers, right? So it's not that fatal flaw may go a bit far when you go to these, hey, you're going to be able to strategize and find ways to mitigate it and all that. But I still have nightmares of Malcolm Brogdon. I mean, he would just look and he'd say, all right, where's 14? I'm going at him. Where's 55? And so to me, that's the concern when you end up going into a playoff series against a Milwaukee. How do you keep Drew Holiday from going, where's 14? You go up against a Brooklyn. How do you keep Kyrie Irving from doing that? You go to Philadelphia, James Harden, Tyrese Maxey again. I mean, you're just going to have to deal with this situation over and over again. And that it bothers me. And it's something where I'm not ready to say it's a fatal flaw in the playoffs because I want to see how they mitigate it when it comes time to game plan. But it's just something we've seen before. And it's something that certainly can hold this team back.
And then, Clayton, I want to go the other way on this. Or could Monday's closing fourth quarter have been pure genius by Erik Spoelstra? Just like I mentioned how you want to see Victor Oladipo and what he might be able to do at the end of a game, maybe Erik Spoelstra, and this is a stretch, I know, but maybe Erik Spoelstra wanted that moment to happen. He wants to see how does Tyler react. Does he go to the video and look at each individual sequence and say, how can I be better? Or he wants Tyler to know he has the confidence in him in those moments, like he said post-game. It's interesting. Erik Spoelstra said post-game how Tyler's been one of our better defenders. Well, no, he hasn't. Anthony Chang mentioned this in his Miami Herald article, how he ranks in the bottom 18th percentile when it comes to individual one-on-one defense this season. But sometimes you create those moments, Pat Riley's been known to do this also, where you not only let a player sink or swim, you let a player drown. And then you want to see what happens the next time he comes up for air. Does Tyler grow from those moments? Does he look at every Maxey play and saying, was I on his hip? Was I in the wrong place? Was my footwork good enough? Was the exchange on the pick and roll handled well enough on the handoff between the other defender? So maybe there's something about that maybe you and I hear when we do our Sloman's home security inside the paint show during the playoffs, where Tyler goes, you know what? That game in Philadelphia on March 21st when I got roasted, I went to school after that. Maybe Erik Spoelstra tells us, ever since Philly, Tyler's been better. There still is time to go to school on that. They will be facing Kyrie Irving, for example, at FTX Arena on Friday night. So there'll be another big-time scorer potentially in that situation also. So again, during the regular season, I have no trouble experimenting. Whether it's Tyler in the fourth quarter Monday, whether it's going 8 big minutes with Victor Oladipo if they need to in the fourth quarter tonight, learn all you need to know. But you can't create fear factor along the way. I think that's what Monday did.
Hey, guys, make sure you hit that like button for us. It does us a big favor. Make sure to tell your friends. We have a blast here every Wednesday morning. Even when they're losing, we try to have some fun. Also, drop your comments in the section, some questions. We'll get to them as the show goes on. Next topic I want to get to, Ira, are Miami Heat veterans breaking down? We mentioned this in the crosstalk, and look, we've got Jimmy Butler with the ankle issue, Victor Oladipo's back spasm. PJ Tucker, it's not that there is a specific injury that is holding him back, but he's not the same player that he was a few weeks ago. I mean, he was a guy who was leading the NBA in three-point percentage. Now he can't buy one, even in crucial times from the corner, which seemed automatic. Kyle Lowry looks okay, and yet he had that long stretch where he was off, so it's almost like his body hasn't gotten to that point where it's broken down yet. So are we getting to a point where the guys who have played extensive minutes throughout the season, are the veterans on this team breaking down? And is that a concern to you?
I think the PJ Tucker thing is something you can't run away from anymore. He has done nothing in recent weeks. He hasn't even made shots when he was sort of your outlet there. Don't know if it's time off or if it's just a matter of you can't put those miles on a 36-year-old and expect for him to be ready in the playoffs. That's a concern. That's why they're taking more of an extended look at Markieff Morris. Not that they have a lot of other options. Maybe we'll see Caleb Martin a little more at the 4 also. But I also think it's sort of like what I mentioned early at the top of the show here today. I'm just not so sure the interest factor is there. Look, Clay, they spent the entire season trying to climb to get number 1. Mission accomplished to get to first place. They spent then the time in first place trying to create a buffer. They've done a pretty good job of that. Even now, 2 games in the loss column, head-to-head tiebreaker advantage because of conference record with the Bucs, still in a good place there. I'm not so sure what they have left is fuel. Again, we'll get into it later in our show because you might wind up playing the Nets, and for all the good of the number 1 seed, there might be some bad that comes with it. So I almost think it's a case of, as much as you mentioned, PJ Tucker's 36, Kyle Lowry's 35, you have Jimmy Butler and Markieff Morris and a bunch of 33-year-olds. I think instead it's what's my motivation. And you and I have spoken for weeks, no, for months, and even away from the show for years about how great a coach Eric Spoelstra is. I think that's undeniable. Voted top 15 all time, going to make his way into the Hall of Fame, praised by every visiting coach who comes in. But is there something Eric Spoelstra can do to re-engage this team at this moment? Or because he knows coaching a hell of a lot better than you and I ever will, is he saying, you know what? A little bit of an exhale here might not be the worst thing. Maybe these guys do need to take a breather. Maybe they need to find a way to get on their own re-energized. But the Heat are in a weird time. They're going to play a Golden State Warriors team again tonight without Steph Curry, maybe without Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. Are they going to have any motivation to say, we're going to do our best to go out there and beat Jordan Poole? Because they didn't do their best to go out there and beat Tyrese Maxey on Monday. It has to come from within. And I don't see a lot right now from within when it comes to the Miami Heat.
I remember talking to Chris Bosh a couple of years ago, and we were talking about the Big 3 era. And he made a comment that's always stuck with me. And he said kind of something that you just said. They were basically bored with the regular season by the end, that final year when they were together. And they weren't, he didn't necessarily say this, but they weren't having the fun that they had when they were doing the Harlem Shake. And it just, things got kind of old.
Yes.
And, you're just waiting for the playoffs. That team earned that. That team went to 4 straight NBA finals, won back-to-back championships. My issue, if this is indeed the problem with this team, that they've lost interest, and I think that's certainly a possibility, they haven't earned that, right? I mean, the players individually have earned that based on what they've done at other sides. PJ Tucker won a championship last year. Kyle Lowry won a championship in Toronto. You have a lot of decorated players on this team. This unit, this group has not earned that. This team, it added Kyle Lowry, it added some pieces in the offseason, PJ Tucker, Markieff Morris. But this is also largely the same group that we saw get swept by Milwaukee last year, that we saw lose in Atlanta last year, a game that ultimately cost you a better seed and forced you to have to play Milwaukee. You would think that this core group would have learned from that. So maybe it's not that the veterans are breaking down. Maybe it is what you're saying, that they've kind of lost interest. To me, Ira, the problem is that this team hasn't earned the right to lose interest, right? And it's like, I know that may not make the most sense because we all sit here, we've said all year that the playoffs are what matter. The regular season games, like, it's not going to be the biggest thing with this team. And yet you got to get there. And I'm with you. It's good they've still got that buffer. But Brooklyn is looming. And it feels more and more like getting that 1 seed is going to be more important because I still, even if Kyrie can't play, if they go to Toronto or whatever, I still feel like that's a team that you're going to favor to win that play-in matchup. You got to get that 1 seed. And you have to realize that games like Monday night are vital, and you can't afford to lose interest in those games.
Clay, to me, it always comes down to this, a chip on the shoulder. We know that Kevin Durant has a chip on his shoulder to prove that leaving the Warriors championship dynasty was the right thing. Same thing with Kyrie Irving, moving on from a very competitive Boston team. The Nets have chip on the shoulder. The Sixers have chip on the shoulder because James Harden's got to prove and make it work somewhere, and Joel Embiid has got to take the next step from the process. They have chip on the shoulder. I think the Bucks have chip on the shoulder because you'd never want to be called a one championship wonder. And Giannis knows for as many steps as he's made with MVP and other things that if you want to get in the pantheon of the LeBrons and the Jordans, that you have to double up on your championship. They have chip on their shoulder. Boston, I think Tatum, and I think where they stand right now with that team and Jaylen Brown, they have chip on their shoulder for being doubted. Chicago, Zach LaVine has his contract extension coming up. I think he has chip on the shoulder. I'm not so sure the Heat do. Kyle Lowry already won his championship and showed that at 35, he can get a 3-year, $85 million contract. PJ Tucker has spent forever trying to get the title. He had his championship last year in Milwaukee. Jimmy Butler got his mass extension, is out selling coffee right now at the Miami Open. I just wonder, where is the chip on the shoulder? I think Bam does. Bam always talks about it. But is that enough for this team? That's why when you're talking about, let's call it the Clay Ferraro inside the paint desperation meter, I'm not so sure the Heat's desperation meter going into the playoffs matches up with other teams. And Clay, to me, that's a real concern.
All right, coming up next on Inside the Paint, we got more to get to, including, is it time for a lineup shakeup? We're going to go to Coach Ira and see how he would handle this. That and a lot more coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop. No! Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. At Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Rolling on second segment of the show. We got the Heat taking on the Golden State Warriors tonight, coming off that loss to Philadelphia on Monday. This has been kind of a different show. It's like I feel like we're doom and gloom today.
No,
But
it's funny. It's funny coming back from that break. I'm wondering if Eric Spoelstra is calling 1-800-ALARM-ME right now. And again, they won the homestand. They went 5-2 on the previous homestand. They went out to Philadelphia. But you know what, Clay? This is good for this reason. We should have high expectations of this team.
Yes.
Just like we should have high expectations of the Panthers, maybe even free agency, higher expectations of the Dolphins, just like we have high, rightfully, expectations of the Hurricanes basketball team now. When a team shows they have possibilities, you should expect more from them. That's what was so disappointing on Monday night in Philadelphia at Wells Fargo Center. The faith was there in the Heat. I mentioned this when I asked my post-game questions the other day. After the game against Oklahoma City, when they had no one available, they had nothing to play for, and all it was about the lottery. My story at the Sun Sentinel was this. The Heat took a business-like approach to a business-like moment. They moved aside past the Thunder, gave themselves 2 days off. Then they went to Philadelphia, where they should have taken a business-like approach, but they didn't. And that makes you worry because when a team is when they have it going for them, when they know who they are, like we've seen with the Panthers, you should take care of business in the business games. Look, I'm not guaranteeing this Saturday when they play the Nets on the second night of a back-to-back and Kyrie Irving is eligible and Kevin Durant will be here and it'll be the big Goran Dragic comeback game. That'll be emotional. That'll be important. If the Heat lose, the sky won't be falling. But there are other moments when you should take care of business. Monday in Philadelphia. Tonight against the Steph Curry-less Warriors. Next Tuesday against the Sacramento Kings. Friday against the Knicks. We saw them fall apart last night against the Hawks. And if you don't take care of business in the business moments, are you in the right business?
And I think somebody, Greater Good, brought this up, and it's a great point in the chat. He said this is Jimmy Butler's team, and that motivation is going to go as far as Jimmy Butler's motivation. And look, maybe on Monday night it is as simple as, and look, he played well on Monday night. It's
very well.
He did what you want him to do, especially given what's going on with the ankle. You mentioned this, that he was limping noticeably heading into the post-game news conference. So maybe it's an issue where it's like he's giving all that he can physically in that game. But once again, Ira, it's can you find that internal switch when it comes to these regular season games and find a way to take that business-like approach? Can you find that inside of you to get to the finish line when it comes to this one seed and then finally recalibrate? And that's where I'm starting to wonder with this team. Is it just something internal that these regular season games are? You can't afford to do that right now. You have to find a way to get to that finish line and get that one seed. And it is Jimmy Butler's team. And, we can sit here and talk about the other veterans and are they breaking out? Ultimately, it's going to come down to this team is going to go as far as Jimmy Butler can carry you. And we saw him try to do it against Milwaukee last year. He couldn't do it.
And remember what he said before that series, Clay, when he said, I'm ready to turn it on. This is my time. LeBron, DEFCON 1, this is go time and all that. Jimmy was very cocky and almost arrogant going into that Bucks series. And then he was humbled and, dare I say, even humiliated. It seems like he's taking that same approach again. It seems like he's saying, don't worry. We got this. We'll take care of this. And it honestly seems, even though the Heat are number 1 now, instead of being number 6 last season going in the playoffs, it's almost setting up the same way. Can Jimmy Butler flip that switch again? Here's my whole point on the Heat team. The elite teams in the East all have their alphas. We know that Joel Embiid is the alpha player. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the alpha player. Maybe Zach LaVine, you could say, with Chicago. We certainly know Jason Tatum with the ever-rising right now Boston Celtics. Is Jimmy more just of a beta? Did the Heat not have that elite guy? End of game, one possession, who gets the ball? On 8 of 9 or 8 of 10 East play-in teams or playoff teams, we know who that guy is going to be, starting with Kevin Durant. With the Heat, it's a little bit different. And they play this equal opportunity approach, which is fine for the regular season. But at the moment of truth, can Jimmy Butler get back to 2020 Jimmy Butler, or was that the one-off?
Getting to a comment here from Josh, who says, one bad loss and the Heat are suddenly crap. It's not
crap. Just diminished what we thought they were.
Briefly, right, and it's kind of trying to. Do we have to recalibrate with this team? Do we have to? And look, Get the 1 seed. That's all I care about. My biggest problem with what happened on Monday night is that this is a game that we've seen before. And it's, if it is the thing that costs you that 1 seed, then I'm going to have a real problem with that. And look, you still got plenty of time to try to fix that. All right, next topic that we're going to get to, and this kind of leads into the where does this team stand? Is it time for a lineup shakeup with this team? Is it time to revisit that starting lineup and taking potentially Duncan Robinson out of that lineup, maybe plugging someone else in? Is it time to kind of hit that panic button, that break in case of emergency? Coach Ira, what would you do? Would you shake up the starting lineup?
It all depends who that player is. I do not agree with anyone out there, and I know a lot of people have said this, whether it's our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint chat room or elsewhere, about Tyler Hero. I just don't feel he would get the touches in the starting lineup that have made him so effective. They play a lot of iso ball for Tyler in the second unit, and that's fine because you're not taking the ball out of Kyle Lowry's hands or Jimmy Butler's hands or Bam Adebayo's hands. You're taking it out of the hands of second unit players. I have no issue with that. I don't think Tyler would be Tyler Hero on this team, the Tyler Hero we've seen this season, if he's starting. Now, you might say if Victor Oladipo, and we keep coming back to that name, Clay, if he was right, would he fit in there? You wouldn't have the spacing necessarily because Victor is not a three-point shooter, but you'd have a dynamic two-way player. Maybe he's a possibility. Maybe Caleb Martin for more defense so you can't go with Duncan Robinson and get those early fouls. I still am of the thought of this. You start Duncan Robinson, you maybe play him token minutes, but ultimately you're able to work to who you want to get to also. I'm not caught up in the starting lineup. I'm caught up in the closing lineup. I'm caught up with, is there a player they're going to attack incessantly at the end? Look, as bad as it was, Tyrese Maxey getting Tyler Hero one-on-one off the pick and roll on switches. What the hell happens if Kevin Durant gets Duncan Robinson off switches or Tyler Hero? Or for that matter, if Kyrie Irving gets Tyler Hero off of switches? So to me, the focus is on the closing lineup. And I've mentioned this and I wrote it this Sun Sentinel. You can go with a great defensive closing lineup. You can go with Bam and PJ Tucker and Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and either Victor Oladipo or Caleb Martin. And then I asked those players, but will you have enough offense? And their thought is, as much as Tyler did during the regular season, it's not like Kyle can't score or Jimmy can't score or Bam can't score or Vic can't score, that they would. So my question really is, more than the starters, will Eric Spoelstra alter his closing lineup at a time when you also don't want to hurt, Tyler Hero's confidence? That's why Monday's fourth quarter is interesting. That's why, like I said in our first segment here today, is I think you will go back and look to see if he sets up Tyler Hero one more time in a sink or swim moment, then he has his pre-playoff read.
I know this show is too boring when we agree, but unfortunately, that's where I'm going to go with this. I don't care about the starting lineup. I really don't. I just think it's so meaningless in the grand scheme of what's going to win and lose you ball games. Look, if you got to start Duncan Robinson, because if he's red hot, he hits 4 threes in the first quarter, then you start to gain a little bit of an edge that's going to give you a boost.
But Clay, let's take it the other way. Let's take it away where you do have to make a stand here. Stand your ground, for God's sakes, Clay. And this. Let's say we decide we're going to bench Duncan Robinson collectively. You, me, and Big O, we get together in a huddle and we decided. So let me ask you this. You decide, got to shake it up. Typical Eric Spoelstra. Kendrick Nunn starts all season, doesn't start in the playoffs. Of what remains, so Duncan's out of the picture. We'll injure Duncan. Sorry, Duncan, you just got injured. Clay, who are you starting instead of? So in other words, let's give people the option of at least hearing the alternatives. Clay, if Duncan Robinson is not available to start, who would you start in his place?
Caleb Martin.
See, that's interesting. Now you're creating dynamic radio performance art right there, because that's interesting. Caleb's been shooting the three ball very well, just not in the volume. I don't know if he creates the spacing. He then allows players like Jimmy and Kyle to rest defensively because he's taking on your prime defensive assignment. So that does get interesting. That does present another option. So let me ask you this then, since you've gone out on the ledge right now. Again, people, you can also get Clay at Local 10 there, complain there. Since you have changed the Heat starting lineup, do you think Eric Spoelstra would ever dare experiment during these final 10 games and go, hey, let's see how that looks? Or do you think that would totally shatter Duncan Robinson's confidence?
I don't think he would experiment in the regular season because I think, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, that's not how he normally does things. He goes into the lab during that break between the
Yes.
last regular season game and game one of the playoffs, and he kind of like unleashes something. So I think that would be when you would potentially do it. But then you're basically saying that you don't have a place for Duncan Robinson anymore if you're going to do that, because the way the lineups are situated, and this goes back to your original point about why you don't start Tyler Hero. You don't want Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson on the floor at the same time for any sort of extended period. So, like, I mean, if you thought things were bad in the fourth quarter the other night with Hero on the floor and Tyrese Maxey going at him, what happens if you've got a unit out there where you've staggered it to where you've got minutes with Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson on the floor together for an extended stretch, and you're going up against Milwaukee and Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday are alternating who they're going to attack. So I put Duncan Robinson out there with the starting lineup because I think that's the place where he fits. He creates the spacing on offense. You can try to hide him for stretches at the beginning of the game. And look, if he's out there and he's on fire, then he gets you a bit of a cushion. So it's the closing lineup that matters to me. I don't mess with the starting lineup, but if I do, and if I'm finding somebody to put out there in place of Duncan Robinson, it's not Tyler Hero, because you're not throwing another ball-dominant player out there with Jimmy Butler, with Bam Adebayo, with Kyle Lowry. It's somebody like a Caleb Martin who takes the pressure off defensively, and he gives you enough spacing. Not what you're looking for with Duncan, but he gives you enough to where those guys can operate offensively.
And then just to your point, when you pointed out that Duncan doesn't play, so let's say you're starting a lineup of, just for argument's sake, Bam and PJ Tucker, Caleb Martin, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry. You know Tyler's going to be your sixth man. You know some type of big is going to come in next, whether it's small ball with Markieff Morris, big ball, you go get some big team with Dwayne Dedmon. You're probably going to try to get Victor Oladipo somewhere in your playoff rotation. So let's say he's your eighth man. So all of a sudden, when it's time for that ninth man, and you're correct, Clay, you might go to Max Strus instead. You might have Kyle Lowry in all foul trouble where you have to go with a Gabe Vincent instead. And you're right. If you don't start Duncan, you might be shuffling him completely out of the rotation. And that might be a little bit too rash also. Or you might just say, hey, we're playing to win now. We'll worry about Bruce feelings. We'll worry about big contracts and everything else later down the road. So I think it's interesting. I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com. Eric Spoelstra talking about this. And he said, we have a unique game with Duncan Robinson that we don't play with any other player. Mm-hmm. And that if Duncan is not starting there, they never get to that game. And it could be a winning game in the playoffs also, which is why I think he said on that. But like you said, because of previous playoffs, I never assume anything when it comes to Eric Spoelstra and playoff lineups.
And there's a comment in the chat from Shane that kind of gets back to what we were talking about in the last segment. You need an alpha in the playoffs, and Jimmy Butler's got to be that guy. And so we can sit here and we can like come up with, if you plug player X in for player Y, you can do that. I mean, who are we talking about who's going to win come playoff time in the NBA? You're talking about Kevin Durant. You're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo. You're talking about Chris Paul, assuming he comes back healthy, and Devin Booker. You're talking about Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. You need stars, and you need your stars to be stars. You need your alphas to be alphas come playoff time. And so you want to get to that finish line, but to cross the finish line, you're going to need your dudes to be dudes.
But you know what? What if the dude is Tyler Hero? And I'll give you an example. Kyrie Irving is a bad to awful defender. I think you'd agree with that?
Yes.
He had his moments in that one series against Golden State when he made his playoff stand defensively, as did Kevin Love at one point. What if Tyler Hero is that dude? And what if at the end of a close game against Milwaukee in the second round of the playoffs, they do clear the floor for Tyler and they say, as great a defender as Drew Holiday is, we think you got this. And the difference now is, with the added muscle mass that Tyler has added, with him getting to the foul line, which never happened before, he now has the option of hitting the pull-up jumper, but of also getting his way to the line, stopping the clock, and shooting free throws. Maybe this is that moment. Maybe that transformation is coming. Maybe just like the Nets are going to go with Kyrie, even though he's not a defender, because at the end of the day, he gets you buckets. Maybe Tyler Hero does become that player. And then as Jimmy ages, he becomes a more of a two-way type of supporting player. So you have that push-pull there of who your closer is going to be. Clay, in recent closing moments, Jimmy has deferred to Tyler Hero. And Tyler Hero has been that closer, sometimes to a point of almost too much. So I am curious, can Tyler translate this into the playoffs?
I don't think it is too bad. Offensively, Jimmy Butler is not your closer. I haven't seen it enough, man. I've seen it go the opposite way too much. And, I think it was the game in Charlotte a few weeks ago where he settles for the three-pointer, the outside shot. And look, you see this with a lot of elite players, right? They have spots on the floor, and you'll always see they create a little bit of space, and then it's a hop.
Get to the spot.
Jason Tatum does it all the time. Kevin Durant does it all the time. You have Chris Middleton. Guys have spots. They create a little bit of space. They hop to it, and it's their shot. Jimmy Butler has spots, but he misses. He misses a lot. It's from three-point range.
Unless he's attacking and getting to the foul line like he did in 2020 when he was the picture of exhaustion. But
that's it.
Does he still have that in the tank, Clay Ferraro?
That's what we have to see from him. And what I see too much in the regular season from him is trying to get to the spot and then missing the shot. His spot is putting his head down like a bull and getting to the free throw line. That's his spot. That's what we saw, to your point, in the NBA Finals a couple of years ago. And by the way, that's what we saw in game one of the Bucks series last year. Time winding down, he didn't try to get to a spot. He attacked the basket. Deep down, I think he knows that that's his spot. We're just not seeing it in the regular season. And the question is, can that switch be flipped in time for the playoffs? But Ira, I'm with you, man. Who has the deepest bag on this Heat team? It's Tyler Hero. And so offensively down the stretch, I'm okay with him being your guy if Jimmy Butler's okay with him being your guy, and if you can hide him enough defensively. And this gets back to what we were concerned about at the top, and we got to see come playoff time, can you hide him enough defensively, or can he overcome the deficiencies defensively in order to make sure that you maximize him on the offensive end of the floor? So we're going to talk more about that, but I also want to talk about this upcoming schedule. Does Coach Ira think that this team has enough to get to the finish line in the 1 seed? That a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. The home stretch here on Inside the Paint. And Gino Mighty's got the fix for us. Says that Jimmy's problem is that he wears cheap shoes, and that's why the ankles keep busting down on him. So that's it. I mean, we figured it out. Somebody's got to get him some Jordans, something that's not cheap. Ira, let's say.
Well, I'm not going to talk about product quality or impugn the name of Dwayne Wade and what he's pushing, but I've always said, why doesn't he just put that logo on a different pair of sneakers and keep things going a little better, or tape his ankles or wear an ankle brace? And we kid about that. And I've mentioned it. I'm going to ask Eric Spoelstra the other day, and of course he can't answer the question. He can't say, you're darn right, Jimmy's not being smart. He has to play it down the middle. But it really is an issue when you commit to someone through his 38th birthday with a contract extension that gives him about $220 million, $250 million over 5 years. It doesn't seem like an unreasonable ask. And yet that players, if they're not in their comfort zone, won't be the same players. But that's an issue that doesn't disappear. There have been 3 separate times now we've had Jimmy Butler ankle sprain, and you can't have that a 4th time come the playoffs. Everything has to be perfect in the playoffs. There's now a chance of a new Omicron variant. You have that in play. There's Kyle Lowry's personal situation, which to a degree the family matter remains unresolved. You have that in play. You have Jimmy Butler's ongoing injuries, the toe and the ankle, whether they're shoe-related or ankle-related, that's in play. Clay, as you know, the playoffs are always which player can make it at the end. The Chris Paul situations in recent years have been ongoing. So if the Heat are healthy and whole, they could be as competitive as anyone. But because they rely on everyone, one little thing goes off and the whole train could be a little bit off.
Caddyshack brings this up and says, look, Jimmy Butler is amazing. You don't have to worry about him flipping the switch come playoff time. He's 1 for 2. And look, that run 2 years ago was amazing, and nothing is ever going to take away from what he did in that postseason. Last year, he didn't. He had the one shot at the buzzer to send game 1 into overtime. They ended up losing. His numbers for that playoff series were horrendous, and Milwaukee found a way to slow him down and basically stop him and make him ineffective. So he's 1 for 2. He was able to flip the switch 2 years ago, didn't do it last year. And part of that was certainly the supporting cast. You're hoping that it's better this year. But Ira, when you're 1 for 2, I got to see if you can make it 2 for 3. I'm not ready to just say blanket he can flip the switch because we saw him do it one time. I need to see him do it with this group again. And look, you mentioned when you're committing to somebody who's at that age, has Father Time come? And look, I don't think it's come that quickly yet, but I need to see him be able to do it come playoff time before I can just say it's fine, nothing to worry about here, nothing to see here. There have been too many instances this year where he's come up short at the end of ball games, and I need to see him be able to do it. I'm not necessarily 100% confident that is just a switch that he personally can flip. I do think you need to see him be the leader of this team and be the catalyst for all of this because you need that alpha. But I need to see it happen before I can just say, hey, because he's done it before, I'm confident that he can do it again.
And that's the thing is teams went to school on Jimmy Butler as an elite player after 2020. It was no longer just play him straight up, guard him like you guarded him in Chicago and Minnesota and Philadelphia. They took it to the next level. And Milwaukee smothers him with size, and it's made a difference. We not only seen that last year in the playoffs, we've seen that during this season's regular season series also. And that's among the reasons they got Kyle Lowry to help change that dynamic a little bit, to get Jimmy into better spots. And it's worked to a degree, but they just haven't had the cohesion they needed as much to this point, Clay, to get to that point also. So Jimmy has to do it to a degree on his own, has to live his own level. Eric Spoelstra has to counter what Mike Budenholzer did. Mike Budenholzer found something. How does Eric Spoelstra find the counter? Maybe it's like what we spoke about today about changing the lineup, changing the dynamic. that little twist that Eric Spoelstra could throw in there, that the other teams all of a sudden are game planning on the fly again. It's not Milwaukee saying, we have the lockbox. We're going to do what we did last year in the playoffs. We're going to do what we did this year in the regular season. We have to change it up. We've always heard about how Eric Spoelstra plays the chess game as well as anyone, how he's respected by opposing coaches. He's going to have to do that 4 separate times this year because this is not the Eastern Conference of recent years. This is the Eastern Conference where the Heat's road to the NBA Finals could have to go through the Brooklyn Nets, the Philadelphia 76ers, or the Boston Celtics, and the Milwaukee Bucks. There's no Indiana Pacers in there anymore. There's no Charlotte Hornets in the first round there anymore. This is going to be grueling. Goes back to your point. Can you gruel with this 36-year-old starting power forward, a 35-year-old starting point guard, and a 33-year-old wing player? It's another element in the equation. This is an older team that's going to be asked to do a lot over the next 2 months if they're going to get what they think they can get.
Cidola says, I feel like y'all are talking about Bam as if he's a complimentary player. Don't you think that Bam and Tyler need to carry the load? I mean, maybe, and maybe that's where you're getting with this team. I do think, though, that when you commit to Jimmy Butler like you did, not just financially, but you also bring in his good friend Kyle Lowry and commit financially to him, you are going to have this point where there's going to be a passing of the torch. I don't think you're there yet if you want this to be a championship team. Because, look, Bam, his game has grown immensely. He's not yet the player, I don't think, that you put the ball in his hands and let him face up from 20 feet at the end of the game and let him dictate whether or not you win the game or potentially the playoff series or lose it. I still think that Jimmy Butler still has to be that guy with this team's current window. And maybe that even changes in the playoffs. And I still think that offensively, Tyler Hero may be but the bottom line is you're going to go as far as your alpha takes you. Jimmy Butler is still the alpha on this team. And maybe there is a switch. Maybe there is a point where the torch is passed during these playoffs. I don't know that we're there yet, though.
Clay, something very interesting just happened. 50 minutes into our, Sloman's home security inside the paint show was the first time we mentioned Bam Adebayo. And isn't that interesting that we went through all the players of Tyler Hero?
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Sure.
Because we're trying to figure out what's wrong with this team. And Bam is what's right with this team right now.
Okay.
And so I think that's the issue to me. It's maybe we haven't mentioned him, and maybe that is the answer. Maybe it's the point that he is. But to me, I think you're getting everything that you need out of Bam Adebayo. It's the other guys who I think need to find a new level of their game, or at least mitigate some of the weaknesses that we've seen to this point.
And you're fine with a $168 million complimentary player?
I don't know that I think that it's what he brings that you're paying him to do. I don't know that he is complimentary. I guess where I'm bristling is the word complimentary. He's the fulcrum of your defense. I mean, you look at what he does defensively, and maybe he's complimentary offensively, but I'm completely fine with that because of what he does defensively. I don't think that he's the guy that you put the ball in his hands down the stretch. I think there are plenty of teams, very good teams, potentially championship teams, who pay players a lot of money to do a lot less than what he does. So I'm okay with that. I need to see more from Jimmy Butler. I need to see PJ Tucker get back to who he was a few weeks ago. Those are the guys that I need to see take another step up because I'm perfectly happy with what I'm seeing from Bam.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I go all the way there with you because I still think at moments of truth, it seems like where was Bam or where is Bam when you need him at the end also. He had his moments. I think it was the Oklahoma City game. He was okay against Detroit, but I think he has to make himself available as an option. And when they're getting killed on the boards, and if they're going to play these undersized lineups with Markieff Morris getting time at
and
power
that part
forward,
I'm okay with. I'm perfectly fine with criticizing the rebounding the other night.
So I think the aggression can't wane also. Again, he missed those 7 weeks, so he should be relatively fresh right now. He's had that time off also, but I think he's a big part of the equation also. And again, he didn't play Joel Embiid on Monday, so we didn't see that matchup. We don't get a read on that. And he does move the ball and he does facilitate and make other players better. But yeah, I think you can ask a little bit more when you've sort of increased his pay grade and put him there. Because again, Clay, you're reaching a point where you have Bam at a maximum contract, maximum rookie scale extension, Jimmy Butler at $250 million almost, Kyle Lowry at almost $30 million a season. And now you have this offseason decision of a Tyler Hero extension or a new contract for Victor Oladipo if he proves to be a player. At a certain point, if you're going to max out 5 players on your team, you damn well better be a championship team.
Yes.
That's why you had that debate in Boston when you were to give Marcus Smart that money, and you had Jaylen Brown, you had Jason Tatum, and they continually underachieved under Brad Stevens until you made the coaching change. I think it's the same thing with the Heat. Yay, you're number 1 seed. You remember that Atlanta Hawks team that was number 1 seed with Jeff Teague and Al Horford and Kyle Korver and I think it was Damari Carroll and who cares? And then they got blown out in the conference finals by the Cavaliers. If that's this Heat team's upside, it is not good enough. And free agency will have to get interesting again. If that's not who this team is, then everyone has to show in the playoffs. And there has to be greatness not only from Jimmy and Kyle and maybe Duncan, but also from Bam Adebayo. So, yeah, I think we need to go fewer than 50 minutes in next week's Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint when we talk about Bam Adebayo, because if Bam is not a Miami Heat talking point, then I think you should have concerns.
Man of 1,005 Holes says that the thing that makes this team dynamic is you have a bunch of guys who can close, not just one. I would counter that by saying you don't have one that you are 100% confident in. And it's like the old saying, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one.
Right.
If you're having to figure out who your best late game option is, you probably don't have the guy. Brooklyn's a different story because you have 2 guys who on any other team, they would be the unquestioned number 1, right? Like Kyrie Irving, I mean, you saw him do it against Golden State in the finals. He's still got that ability. You put him on any other team, even on a team with LeBron in the NBA finals, Kyrie was the one making the big shot down the stretch in Game 7. And Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. Milwaukee, Giannis can get to the basket. Drew Holiday's you have a bunch of, put it this way.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I'm going to give you a tough question here, but end of the game, high score, down 1, however you want to put it. Who would you rather have the ball in their hands? And this is going to seem like blasphemy, Heat fans, and this is not the Wednesday Downer show. We're just trying to sort of show you things. Who would you rather have the ball in their hands? Okay, end of the game, tie game, 1-point game. Jimmy Butler or Chris Middleton?
It's Middleton.
Think about that.
Okay, I'm going to take it a step further. Jimmy Butler or Drew Holiday? I'm going Drew Holiday.
I think Chris Middleton, though, because he's more of a pure shooter, that if he gets to a spot, you feel very good about the shot. Drew Holiday is more of a player, might get to the basket, might get to the free throw line, might make the shot. I think Chris Middleton's more money. The Heat don't have that money ball player, although they did for stretches in this month in late February in Tyler Hero, which is why maybe he's the Heat's version of Chris Middleton. That's why these final 10 games are not essential. The number 1 seed is not essential. But if you can lift our confidence level back a little bit more, I think it would be a really good thing for the Heat. Yes, they've won the bulk of their games. They're coming off a 5-2 homestand. Yes, it's just 1 loss against Philadelphia. But man, when I come on with Big O on Friday on the Acura Pembroke Pines Report, I don't want to be talking about a loss to the Warriors. That's what makes these seemingly meaningless games, I think, Clay, a little bit more meaningful than we might have thought going into this stretch.
So you mentioned this last stretch of the season, and I will say I think the 1 seed is vital because in my mind, Brooklyn's winning that play-in game, and they're going to be the 7. And so I want nothing to do. The positive there is if you then get the 1, you're not going to see Brooklyn at all until the Eastern Conference Finals.
Correct.
If you get there and they get there. So the way this play-in thing is going to work out, it could either be great or it could be horrendous. And so there's no middle ground there. You have to find a way to. So I'm going to play the odds here that Brooklyn's going to find a way to get that 7. You want to be the 1. So you look at this closing stretch and Ira, I mean, maybe there's a silver lining in this that because you're going to have to find a way to get those guys the confidence that they can do this together, that maybe that malaise that you were talking about in the crossover where maybe they've lost interest a little bit, maybe they've got to find themselves again. And maybe that's where the interest comes from. And maybe it's twofold. Maybe you find a way to get back to that professional disposition to where you don't have a game like you did Monday night. And all the while you're figuring out who you are and maybe who's going to be your closer down the stretch of games. And it all starts tonight. We're going to set the stage with the rest of the schedule for the rest of the week. This has to be one of those professional disposition games. This has to be one of those games where you go out there, you take care of business immediately. You don't let Golden State because look, you don't want, and we'll see how the injury report shakes out. Jimmy Butler, what is he playing tonight?
I think he's playing because he was a late addition to the injury report, listed as questionable, but I think he needs to play. I think after last game and what the Heat did, they want to get everyone back. They don't want a losing streak. So, yeah, I think he will play. He was out at the Miami Open yesterday selling Bigger Face coffee, so he's good there. So, yeah, I think he would, or else it would seem kind of incongruous if he's not going to play.
And you definitely do not want him playing late in the fourth quarter against a Golden State Warriors team that is depleted if you don't have to.
Right. Because you want to get him in. You want to take care of business. You want to get done. Same thing against the Knicks on Friday. The Knicks are done. After that loss last night, they're toast. And even watching the game, like to see someone like Taj Gibson playing late, like Tibbs, play the young guys. It's over. We don't need to see what Taj Gibson has in the tank. So I think the Knicks will come out the rest of the year with their younger players more, Miles McBride, players like that. That should be another game. And you know what, Clay? If you take care of tonight against the Warriors, you take care of Friday against the Knicks. If you want to rest players against Brooklyn, I'd have no issue with that.
Yeah, and look, get the 1 seed. And so if you're finding ways to steal rests along the way, that's fine. But look, and I know these predictive sites mean nothing, but it does mean something sometimes. The 538 has the Heat finishing 2 games better than the rest of the Eastern Conference, even with the loss on Monday night. And they're going to have the tiebreaker. So things are still setting up nicely when you look at other teams' schedule. But I want to see 2 things. I want to see them get that 1 seed. And Ira, I need to see this team feeling good about itself and what their identity is going to become playoff time again. I think that's one
thing I want to add on the way out. And of these next 3 games, and certainly before we talk again next Wednesday on Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint, I want to see this, a Victor Oladipo game. I want you to talk to me next Wednesday and saying, Ira, that Oladipo performance against the Warriors or against the Knicks or against the Nets or against the Kings, that's the moment I want to see. So, Clay, between now and when I talk to you again next Wednesday, let's hope, and I think the Heat hope, to see the, quote, Victor Oladipo game.
It's been great, guys. Thanks so much for your questions, your comments. You guys drive this show. We appreciate it. We'll see you back right here next Wednesday on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. Expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. Now we do it. Oh, yeah. I don't know. The Cardano one is a little harder to kind of put up. But there you go. A little Ada. A for Ada or Alzagari, however you want to look at it. There you go. Good morning, Ada lovers. If you bought that dip all the way down to 79 cents, you're at $1.05 this morning. That's if you just put like $10,000 on that, you're making like a boatload of money there. A couple grand you're taking in. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Damn. Ada bounced back. Those of us that have been in Ada for a while and that dip came, you didn't panic. If you panicked and you sold and you lost your money, you're a fool. If you bought the dip, whoo, doggy, you are loving life, man. I saw that this morning. I saw it climbing yesterday, and it was in the 90s. And I was like, come on, break the dollar. Because I've had a ton of Ada for a while. But on this latest dip, it went down under, and I love it. Loaded up on some more Ada and staked it, of course, which is what you do. You could do that at crypto.com. All right, so it's a good morning. The crypto market is booming. The Miami Dolphins have added Teron Armstead. We talked a little bit about that. If you missed it, I talked a little bit about it. Remember, on Wednesdays, we started a little early because we have Inside the Paint between 9 and 10. So I come on around 8:45, warm up the seat for the boys, and then we get it done. So, what's it called? We talked a little bit about it. I'm super excited. I mean, this, to me, that completed the free agent run here for the Miami Dolphins. This is what makes the free agent run an incredible success for me. It's an A. I know some of our guys that we bring on, we'll have Joe Shad later on, who is a very tough grader. I mean, he like obliterated his damn gardener. I mean, his landscaper apparently did an awesome job. He wants him as an advertiser and everything on the damn show, and he gave him a B. I mean, Joe, I tell you, Joe is just brutal sometimes with this grading stuff. I'm glad he's not a teacher. He would have, like, some of these kids, especially these millennials and these Generation Zs, oh, my God, these kids are freaking out. He would have been a terrible teacher, right? Because he would have never given an A. You think your kid's a good student? Not with Joe Shad as a teacher. That's for damn sure. But anyway, the grade is an A. Great job by Chris Greer and everybody else, man. Reggie McKenzie, Marvin Allen, that entire front office that did a great job. The contract wasn't really a ridiculous contract either. You know, you were kind of worried because he has them where he wants them. And I'm talking about Teron Armstead, because he and his agent know that they desperately needed this player. He and his agent know that they needed that guy to bring some balance to the entire line. You know, as I talked about in the first segment, this is the guy you leave on an island, and then you can worry about everybody else. He doesn't need any help. So the fullback doesn't have to worry about the left side of the line. The fullback just worries about the middle and the right side. That's where he's got two areas to worry. He doesn't have to worry about that side over there. And that's a luxury. You know what I'm saying? So that's huge. And I really understood what the Dolphins were doing this offseason, and I like what they were doing, but there was a void. And I told you from the offseason, you got to have two linemen added to this team, and they did it. They added two exceptional players, and this is going to make them a much better football team. Now, you greedy bastards. Yes, I would want J.C. Treader too. You guys are amazing. It's just like, no, let's go get J.C. Treader too and all that. I don't think they'll do that, okay? don't think they're going to tie them that much money. I really believe they like their guys. Now, is there a chance they could draft a Boston College kid and move him to center? Because he is a guard, but he plays center also? Yes. That could be the move that they make at 29 if he's there. So you could see, a linebacker. You could see an offensive lineman. Hell, you could see a pass rusher there. Who knows? Might be like an outside linebacker type or something like that. You just don't know what they're going to take at 29 because we don't know what's going to be there exactly. We don't know who's going to be off the board at that point. So it's one of those. And remember, we'll be in Las Vegas for 3 straight days. Well, I'll be there for like 9. But all we'll be in Vegas covering the draft from beginning to end. From the first pick of the draft to the last pick of the Miami Dolphins. Okay. Just want to make sure, because on that third day, Sean and I are going to be just like up to here, okay, because it's a lot of hours of coverage. Now, we're going to have our insiders contributing on all parts, okay, of the week, all 3. We'll get Rappaport there. I'm going to try to get. I'm pretty sure Rappaport's going to be in Vegas. I'm going to ask him today when he's on with us today at 10:10. And remember, Ian Rappaport is coming on now at 10:10. And we'll ask him about, what's it called? I'll ask him if he's going to be in Vegas because we're going to drag him out to the bar. And remember, we're going to be at Tommy Rocker's. It holds about 300 people. It's a big bar. It's a Dolphins bar. So if you're going out to Vegas, and I get it, you may want to go out to see the draft and all, but you're not going to stand out there all day, dude. That's ridiculous. That's boring. Come on out with the Dolphin fans at Tommy Rocker's. You're going to see just a sea of aqua and orange. You're going to have your own personal Dolphin broadcast. It's a Dolphin draft broadcast. Can't beat that. It's not a draft broadcast. No. It's a Dolphins draft broadcast because that's the way life should be. Should be all about the Miami Dolphins and a little crypto, of course. So I hope you did take advantage of that ADA dip, man. When I saw ADA dip, I said, bring it on. I saw a V-chain dip. I said, bring it on. Bring it on. We'll load up a little bit more. Oh, Bitcoin's dipping. Let's go. We'll load it up and we'll stake it. We'll keep making money. Let's go. Bring it on. Corn, Iowa Productions, thank you for the love on the super chat this morning. Big O, did you see Josh Gad recruiting J.C. Treader? Should see if you could get him on the show to talk Florida sports. We will try. And Libardo, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, so what's next need for this team aside from another lineman? I think it'll come in the draft. But let's do this. Let's talk a little more NFL, a little Miami Dolphins with the man, the myth, the legend that is Ian Rappaport and our Sloman's look around the NFL. That is next.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL.
But in the end, Stephen Ross decided that, he needed to make a decision that these two couldn't work well together, and he chose the GM, not the head coach.
It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport.
Not 100% Jacoby Brissett or not 100% Tua. And he chose a not 100% Tua after watching the offense struggle mightily with Brissett, who was not very good.
In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
There he is. And as the Open says, you need an offensive line to protect. So maybe the Dolphins got the guy they needed in Teron Armstead. Good morning, Mr. Rappaport. Your thoughts on the acquisition of Teron Armstead to the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, I would say, really, really big acquisition. Really, really big move. And, you look at the way the Dolphins have revamped their offensive line. I would say this is, necessary. And I'm sure it's frustrating to be here. I'm sure after the Tunsil trade, they wanted those picks that they acquired in that trade to do this for them. It has not happened. It has not panned out. They actually have not been able to replace Tunsil. So now they get Teron Armstead, who, is a very good player, who's a little bit older, but who is a rock star as a person. Just a great guy, locker room leader, tough dude, and a really good pass blocker. So to me, if Dolphins fans went into this offseason hoping to push Tua up and support him, I believe the front office has done that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think we'll see a different Tua this year because I think he'll have the support that he didn't have before with the line, the running, the play design, all those things. I think he's going to look better this year, much better than he did last year. Now, and also kudos to Greer, right? Because Teron and his agent, they probably knew they had Miami over the coals here, that they could take advantage of this situation because Miami was desperate for this player. They really needed to kind of bring balance to the line.
Yeah.
Yet Miami negotiated a pretty decent deal overall, considering maybe Armstead and company had more leverage here.
Yeah, and I would say I don't know who had the leverage because, you have the Saints that are in a really tough cap situation. And obviously he was the Saints guy. They wanted to keep him, but it's just $15 million per year, which is, probably middle of where it is for left tackles. Obviously, last year's left tackle market was a lot higher. So it really was about how much leverage the player had, what offers he had, what could he get. I don't know this for 100%, but my guess is Teron Armstead took the most money he could. So if it was $15 million, that's what it is. I mean, sometimes, regardless of what a player thinks he is worth, sometimes the market sets it for you.
Right.
And so the Dolphins didn't overpay. They stayed disciplined. It is a good, fair deal. They lock him in for a long time. And I know that they're very, very happy about it.
I got the greedy going out there from the Dolphin Nation. Now they want J.C. Treader. I don't think that's what the Dolphins will do. I think they're kind of done with the big ticket free agents. But you tell me, man, you're the insider. Are the Dolphins done? Do you hear them in line for another lineman? Because I kind of feel that maybe the Boston College kid, Zion, could go at number 29, and then they move him to center, and then use Dieter as the backup center guard, that kind of deal. But that's what I'm thinking. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, at this point, Treader would, I guess, be a possibility. They spent a lot of money in the offensive line, and at some point, you sort of hope that you can draft these guys. I mean, center is one. There's not a lot of centers around. They're just not really available. It's a hard position. There's just not a lot of them. So, I don't know for sure there's interest in Treader, but my guess is this is where the Dolphins say, you know what, let's trust ourselves to be able to draft the next guy and not save money, but be somewhat, fiscally responsible and try to make sure that, whatever they do, they don't put themselves out too far.
Yeah, I've been saying this. I don't believe they missed on all five guys. And I believe McDaniel looked at the film and said, yeah, let's go get two veterans. We'll fix some of the other guys. And I think two to three of those guys.
System can probably fix some of it. It's a good system. They have not always needed top tier offensive linemen in this system. So it's not for everyone. So a lot of times it's really just quicker guys. So to me, I think the system can take care of it as well.
All right, Ian Rappaport joining us here on our Slowman's Look Around the NFL. Ian, what's going to happen with Baker Mayfield? Because I found it funny that, the report comes out that Carolina's not interested, but then Baker also, and it's mutual disinterest. And I'm thinking, I don't know if Baker Mayfield has the leverage to be saying he's disinterested in anything at this point. So what does he get it is the question too.
Yeah. I mean, I would think for the Panthers, I wouldn't say they have no interest. I saw that was being reported. I wouldn't say they have no interest. I just don't know that they have interest at the salary. I think that's probably more what it is. I think if you're the Browns, you're going to pay him $18 million regardless. So you say, why would you cut him? Right? Like, why would you say, all right, well, we're good. We're just going to eat the salary and move on. Like, you could trade him. You could eat some of the salary. there's different things you could do. And the Panthers did this with Teddy Bridgewater last year, where they ate a significant portion of the salary and they moved forward with a different quarterback. They could do that. As far as Baker not being interested in different places, like, to me, I get it. You try to have as much leverage as you can as a player, but I don't know that he has so much. I think if he went somewhere with an opportunity to start, that would be a really good option for him. Really good.
Ian, who gets traded first? Because the word is they won 2 second-rounders for Jimmy G and a first-rounder for Baker Mayfield, and I have a hard time seeing maybe the Jimmy G one. I don't see anybody giving up a first-rounder for Baker and taking on that salary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either of those trades are going to happen like that. I mean, I don't think Baker's not going to get a first-rounder, and I don't know that the 49ers are going to get 2 2s for Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, look around the league. Like, who needs one like that? I don't think San Fran's going to trade with Seattle. Seattle's one of the 2 teams that doesn't have a starter, so that's a non-starter.
How about the Panthers? Are they interested in Jimmy G?
I haven't heard they're that interested. And they also have $18 million allotted to Sam Darnold, fully guaranteed. So, are they going to pay, what is it? Almost $40 million for 2 quarterbacks, maybe neither of whom is the starter. Like, that's the problem, is once you pay these salaries to guys who may or may not be the starters, like, what do you do with them and how do you get rid of them? I mean, that's, it really does make you think that you should only pay the top, 8 to 10 guys, and everyone else you should not pay, because what happens is you're left with these monster salaries for guys who aren't worth it.
Ian Rappaport joining us here on the program. Remember, you can follow him on Twitter at RapSheet. Ian, the Devontae Adams, the stories sounds great. The reunion with his buddy and teammate from Fresno, and all the good stuff. But this is a 30-year-old receiver, dude. I have a hard time I don't know a lot of receivers that stay dominant into their 30s. I mean, Jerry Rice was one of the few that was productive into his 30s. There's not a lot of them. Is this a deal that's gonna? It kind of reminds me of the Jimmy Butler deal that the Heat have here. That you kind of worry the back end of that deal. The back end of this deal might be an ugly one.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to worry about that because it's not a basketball contract. I mean, that's the thing, is like, essentially it's like a 3-year, $66 million contract initially. And then if he's still performing at a very high level, then he gets the back end of it. And it's not all guaranteed. So, if this is a 3-year deal for the Raiders, it's a 1 and a 2 for 3 years of very, very high production. That's okay. That's worth it. And I mean, he's a great player. It makes them instantly better. It makes them a possible playoff team, which they were last year anyway. I thought it was a great deal. To me, just my naked eye, he doesn't look like he's slowing down. It looks like he's still really good. So I think for the Packers, it's going to work out at least for the next several years, barring injury. And if that's the case, that's fine.
Deshaun Watson, what's going to happen here? Are they anticipating a suspension? And what are you hearing at all from the league? I don't even know if they've even entertained this, because I guess they've got to wait for some of these legal issues to kind of play out, or are they going to wait for the civil cases to kind of play out? How does the league handle the Deshaun Watson case? Because those cases may not be solved by the time the season rolls around.
Right. I think the main thing was, the legal situation, him not being charged, him not being indicted. That was significant. And, the league had wanted to sort of stay out of the way of him, but he still has the civil situations. Now we'll see, do those get settled? Do those not get settled? Are those still outstanding? He has fought those. I know he almost settled when he nearly was traded to the Dolphins, but they were not fully settled. So the trade did not go through. So, I think there are certainly some people, not all people, but some people expect a suspension. We'll see what ends up happening. But I know if he gets suspended, the Browns are prepared for it. And, it's definitely front of mind when they ended up doing this deal.
Ian, X, let's bring it back to the Dolphins here. X obviously negotiated some extra money last year before the season, and there's been some talk about, another restructure here. Are you hearing anything? Because, even though there's no rumblings like last year, which maybe means there's good things going on behind the scenes. So, do we know anything about the Dolphins and X on restructuring anything?
Yeah, it sounds like they've had some conversations. I don't get the sense that anything is imminent. It's a hard deal to do. Um, again, it's a third contract. It would be a third contract. He's a little bit older, but he's still playing an extremely high level. That makes it complicated. If he was going the wrong way, if he was, going downhill, this would be easy. You'd pay him as a guy who's declining, except he's not declining, right? I mean, he's still playing extremely high level. That makes it complicated. How much do you pay for that, and how much do you pay for future performance, and what is that future performance going to be? So I know they've had some talks. I do not sense anything is imminent, but I imagine it's one of the issues they'd like to get solved before, say, the start of training camp.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there some kind of a deadline? I don't know about training camp, even maybe the draft, because they could move him and still draft somebody at 29 or trade for somebody else or do something else. So have you heard of anything of some kind of a time period that they have to get this thing done? Because then it gets ugly like it got ugly last year.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, by the draft, I guess would make sense, but he's going to want a new contract regardless. So whoever's going to trade for him would also give him a new deal. So it's a complicated trade. Not saying it can't happen. We've seen some complicated trades, but it certainly is something that could happen. It's just going to take a lot of work on both sides. And, we'll see what ends up happening. But I think it is all on the table right now for Xavier Howard.
By the way, next month, are you going to be in Vegas?
I am going to be in Vegas, as a matter of fact.
All right, good. All right, so we got an entire bar to ourselves for 3 days. Holds about 300 people. It's called Tommy Rockers. We got to drag you out there for 10 minutes and join us.
Hey,
towards the back end of one of those days, because obviously you'll be busy all day. But at the end of the day, if we could drag your ass out there and take a little Uber and come on out to us.
We'll see what we can do. That will be fun. We'll see what we can
drag
do.
you out there, Tommy Rockers. But one way or another, I'll track you down there in Vegas and we'll have a drink. All right, my brother. I appreciate it.
All right, I like it. I cannot wait for that.
All right, Ian. You be good, my brother. Thank you. We'll catch up next week.
Awesome. Great talking to you as always, man. Take care.
Thank you. There you go. Ian Rappaport, baby. That's our Sloman's look around the NFL.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Smash it, baby. Smash it. Oh, Hialeah Park. Tomorrow we'll be at the second floor poker room. And Frank Fiore called me yesterday from Hialeah Park. Guess what, Sean? We got an event coming up at Hialeah Park, my man. What do you think is coming up? What do you think I've been told about there, Sean? An event that we will be covering. What do you think it is? That's right. That's right. He's doing the punching motion behind the scenes. He doesn't want to be on camera right now, apparently. May 7th. So May 5th, I get back from Vegas. And then May 6th, we'll have the weigh-in, and we'll do the show from the weigh-in like we did last 2 months ago. And I'm so happy that they're now doing another one here. And every couple months now, a new boxing card will have tickets. We'll give away May 7th will be the card. So I'll get back from Vegas on the 5th because I'll see Biffy Clyro on the 4th. And then on the 5th, I'll be back. And I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I mean, I'm going to be working, obviously, in Vegas for several days. But damn, dude, that's a lot of days. I'll be waking up early as hell to do the show out there. Or maybe I'll tell, hey, let's do it just 1 hour later. push back some of the interviews, that kind of stuff. No, but we'll have some fun, and we'll get it done like we always do, and we'll have a good one out there, and we'll cover the events. But yeah, we'll cover the draft. I'll get to see Biffy Clyro finally, which I love. And then we'll come back and we'll have a great event here at Hialeah Park with the weigh-in and then the boxing on the 7th. So I would imagine the weigh-ins on a Friday, which is I guess that's the 6th. All right, that's what makes sense. And then the 7th is probably a Saturday, which is Mexican Freedom Day, isn't it? Isn't that I think that's what it is on May 7th. So there we go. How about that? So we got it. Mexican Independence Day. I think that's what it's called. Yes. So very good. Very good. So we'll have that. We'll have tickets. For those of you that went last time, you saw a great card. It started a little slow, I'll admit, but the last 4 fights were, man, they were awesome. They were really, and what a crowd. I again, I'll be completely transparent. I did not expect the crowd to be that big. It was a big crowd. It was loud. There was a great vibe. It was fun, man. I looked at Sean and I said, man, this is a freaking great crowd, man. It's loaded. It was good. It was fun. So we got all of that. We got the Heat and the Warriors tonight at 7:30. Get that. Panthers are off. They're practicing with Giroux. I saw the practice highlights or lowlights. Or the worst thing to cover in all of pro sports is hockey practice. Oh my God, it is boring. Hockey practice is as lame as it gets. Seriously. If you think there's anything that resembles a game in hockey practice, no. Their bodies are beaten up enough as it is. You know what I'm saying? So that they can't do that also in practice. But it is boring and cold usually. I remember my first couple times of practice, I would forget my sweater, and I was like, damn. So I ended up leaving it in the car. No matter what, people would always ask me, why do you have a sweater in the back seat? And I go, well, because I got to cover hockey practice. And so you cover hockey practice. You put on, I'm a South Florida guy, dude. Come on. Unless you're actually like on the rink skating, so you get the blood going and then you don't feel the cold. But if you're just standing there, yeah, no, it gets cold. It gets cold. You gotta wear something. So Giroux is practicing, and they will take on the Canadians. They're probably on the plane already, headed off to Montreal to take on the Canadians tomorrow night at 7:00. Looking forward to that's exciting. It sucks that Ekblad is out, but damn, dude, you've added so many guys now that you're like, all right, this is pretty cool. Let's see you shouldn't lose anything with those guys on the ice. But once you get Ekblad back during the playoffs, man, you are going to be absolutely loaded. Wow. The Panthers look so damn good. Gotta love what's going on with the Panthers, man. Really. By the way, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, proud sponsor. The roof. If your roof is on fire, you need to call Tommy B. Butts and fix that roof. If you got some leaks, you got to call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com to fix those leaks, man. You don't want all your things getting destroyed in your home or business. Protect your home, protect your business, protect your company, the people you love. Of course, we've got hurricane season coming up in just a couple of months. Before you know it, it's the rainy season, and every day we get pounded with rain. And if your roof is not in shape, it's going to suffer. The heat, the pounding, the wind, the rain. It's a wear and tear, and that's why if you need to get it inspected because you're trying to sell it, if you want to buy a home, you want to inspect it, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises. If you need to fix it, and they specialize in all types of roofs, all the work is fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. And the number, 954-735-9826. You can trust Tommy. AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've been in business for over 25 years here in South Florida. They're a pillar of stability, a family man. Tommy and the 5 sons all watch the show and support it, so we appreciate the Butts family for supporting us as always. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826. Call Tommy and tell him that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. I promise you. All right. Remember, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Daniel Grafton, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. He says, best left tackle since Richmond Webb. I would probably agree with that. I think he's even better than Brandon Albert. Now he's got to stay healthy, which obviously that's the thing. But Miami, at the beginning of free agency, you guys know I'm a little nervous about the Teron Armstead acquisition period because of the injury history. But unfortunately, because of the position that Miami is in, and there aren't a lot of great options at that spot, this was a gamble you had to take, and I understand it. And hopefully, we just got to hope for the best for tonight. I mean, for this year. We just got to hope that he can stay healthy. Obviously, we got to hope for the best for the next couple of years. But, I mean, specifically this year, you got to hope that he can stay healthy as much as possible. Maybe play 14 of the 17 games or something like that. It would be nice. And then the influence that he's going to have on the rest of this team. And I think the part that people underestimate at times with the acquisition of Teron Armstead and Connor Williams, it's called confidence. Frank Smith will instill confidence in his players. Mike McDaniel will instill confidence in his players. Teron Armstead and Connor Williams with their play will instill confidence. Teron Armstead with his leadership will instill confidence in players. He's going to be around them. He's going to tell them they're doing this right or they're doing this wrong. And that leadership will make all the difference in the world because Austin Jackson or Eichenberg or Solomon Kinley or Dieter, they didn't have any of those kind of people last year around. They didn't have a proven stud that they can look at that is one of the best at what they do. And that's Teron Armstead. He's one of the best at what they do. And that kind of interaction, that kind of support is priceless. And you heard Ian Rappaport say there, he's a rock star in the locker room because the guy's a leader. He's a guy that holds people accountable. He's the guy that sets the example, whether it's playing, toughness, the mentality, the leadership part of it, all of those things. Those young guys needed that, man. And they didn't have any of that. So this is a gamble that Miami had to take. And he's a terrific player. And there's no baggage whatsoever. There's only one knock, and that's the injury history. And hopefully playing on grass now more than he used to will help out a little bit on the wear and tear, all of those kind of things. But this is a gamble that they had to take. They didn't pay a ridiculous amount. They can get out of this deal in 3 years. It's not really a 5-year deal. So not a bad deal. It's a good gamble by the Miami Dolphins. And we just got to hope now that it pays off. That's it. The Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. 1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. And remember, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense. By the way, Jorge Masvidal, you might need Welt and Rayom. I'm just saying, Jorge, Welt and Rayom, dude. Criminal defense. I'm sorry. I wonder, Sean, who was talking about this yesterday? Who was talking about this, that what Masvidal did was criminal-like, that he didn't get it, that he didn't understand. Wow, I wonder what talk show host was talking about that. Because I'm sure most other talk show hosts are just like having fun at the altercation between the two. But as we told you yesterday, what Masvidal did was incredibly stupid and ignorant. And then he posts a video to incriminate himself even more. Hey, homie, when you talk shit like that here in my town, you got to live up. Bro, what are you, 15 years old? What are you, a little gangster that's, got a new tattoo at 17 because you beat somebody up? Dude, you're a grown-ass man. You're a professional fighter. I talked about this yesterday. I told you. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I like Jorge Masvidal, but bro, catastrophically stupid. Covington just baited your ass. He owns you. He's living in your head. And you allowed him to live in your head, and I get it. As I said yesterday, I understand that Masvidal is pissed. He talked a lot of crap leading up to that fight and got his ass kicked. And now he's got to live with it every day. So he's so frustrated, he's willing to commit assault by going and jumping someone, mugging someone. And he broke a tooth. He broke a tooth and busted his wrist up too. So you assaulted, you injured. There'll be a police report. There's now an investigation on Masvidal. He's a suspect of felony battery in connection with the altercation. Stupid, bro. Stupid. And I get it. Malky Kawa, his agent, and I know Malky very well. He represented John Bones Jones. Sometimes and agents have no control over this, and I feel bad for Malky in this sense because he's probably trying to talk sense into Joan. He's no longer representing John Bones Jones, and then this one will end up also he won't end up representing him in the long run, because if this is the road you're going to go down, you're just a headache from here on out. It's just, look what's happened to Conor McGregor, man. Look what's happened to him. He lost all the swag. He lost all the respect. And it started with that truck when he threw that hand truck. And ever since then, he's lost fights. He's never been the same fighter again. It's over for him. He's no longer that guy anymore. And I get it. It's hard to live with the fact that you're no longer the guy. And Masvidal, but dude, that's not the answer. It's not the answer. And what? He was talking crap about your family? Who cares, bro? It's just words. What are you, 15 years old? Again. Grow up. Now you're going to face criminal charges because you're stupid. You actually went and assaulted somebody. You have a license to assault people inside an octagon. That's where you do it, dude. When you do it outside the octagon, it's called criminal activity. Understand that, Jorge. And I get it, bro. You're a hothead. You're probably, hard to reach. And probably nobody can reach you. Obviously. I'm sure your agent can't reach you. And I know for a fact he had the same problem with John Bones Jones. And I would send Malky texts all the time like, yo, bro, your client's got, I haven't bothered sending him anything on this because it's the same old shit. And agents sometimes have these guys that they represent, and then they end up becoming knuckleheads. George made a name for himself out of nothing. Bro, use your head. Be smart. This is not the road you want to go down. This is not going to stick with you for long. Because I don't think he has a criminal record, but if he doesn't have a criminal record, he's got enough money. He can put this aside and move on, but don't allow this to become more from here on out. I hope Masvidal is smart enough with this one stupid mistake to actually learn from a stupid mistake. And I hope he's honest enough to look in the mirror and say, damn, I'm a moron. I should not have done that. And then I'm incredibly stupid that I made a video to incriminate myself even more. Like, it's crazy, bro. Crazy stuff. Let's see. What else do we have? Don't be so quick to call out Shad's grading system. Don't forget, he's the one that went out on the ledge and gave Brady an A. Maybe today you can give us his draft grades on a few tough ones. Michael Irvin, Jason Taylor, in honor of Urban, his grade on Aaron Donald. Not seeing the feed on YouTube. Well, you're probably on the wrong date. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay, I will check that video out later on. Whoever sent that one from the 804. Finally watched Hateful Eight. Big O, how do you feel about QT movies? What's a QT movie? Huh? Oh, cutesy movie. Oh, yeah, unless my wife forces me to watch it or something. But it's not something that I'm going to be watching on my own, a cutesy movie. Hateful Eight. That doesn't sound cuteful. That sounds like some edge to it. But I guess it was good. Let's see what else. All right. Somebody send me a picture. Oh, this is Colby's sister. Colby Covington's sister. I see. Okay. All right. Didn't know who she was. Hey, I question Tua's Stan's loyalty to the Dolphins. If he gets beat out by Teddy, or if they both get beat out by the third string, then we all know that he wasn't the one and we can move on. Why can't people have a disbelief in Tua without getting bashed? Your obsession with wanting to be right is toxic. You mean like in Ryan Tannehill for 10 years now that I had to fight idiots? Same thing. Do you want me to take a stance? Or you just want me to acquiesce and say, no, you're right? No, I'm not. You got to prove me wrong. You haven't proved me wrong. That's the problem. And I think those of you that are anti-Tua, you actually have jumped the gun because you haven't had all the facts. And you're judging people without it being an even level playing field. And that's what I've been saying from day one. Tua has played with no coaches, no offensive line, no running game, no quarterbacks coach. So how's he supposed to actually succeed? But you can look at it however the hell you want. You know what I mean? And you can come up with stupid shit like they're going to beat out by the third string quarterback. But whatever, man. I mean, listen, I had to deal with the Tannehill people for years. Where are you now, cowards? It's the same shit, dude. And you'll disappear like the rest of the cowards with Tannehill when Tua balls out. I'll never hear from you all again because I'm not tracking you, dude. But I'm here every day. Yet, for years and years, I had people coming after me still believing in Tannehill. And for years, the last couple of years, while Derrick Henry was running wild, and they win a playoff game. I have idiots coming at me thinking it was Tannehill that carried them. And my toxic stance. How's my toxic stance now? It took 10 years, dude. I've been at this for 10 years about Tannehill. You think I'm going to give up battling with you on 2 miserable years? Bro, that's nothing. I'm into crypto. I'm in it for the long haul. So in the long haul, I crushed every one of you on Tannehill. And did most of you have the balls or the chutzpah to come back and say, you know, after all these years, you know, I was critical of you because of Tannehill. But damn, dude, you were right. He's not really a legitimate franchise quarterback. He's nothing more than a game manager on his best day. You were right-o. You kept saying that for years. I should be hearing that from hundreds of people. And I don't. I don't hear it. Maybe I've heard it from one person. It's toxic stance to you because you're convinced that Tua's not the guy. Same way with the whole thing with Tannehill. My stance was toxic also to you idiots that kept thinking Tannehill was a real quarterback. And by the way, you are a fucking idiot. I just want to say that. Because if it took you 10 years to figure out that Tannehill wasn't a franchise quarterback, you're a fucking idiot. So, toxic stance or not, I take a stance. I don't waffle, dude. And we had the wafflers. I don't believe in Tannehill. Oh, wait a minute. He won a playoff game by throwing 70 yards? No, he must be a good quarterback. Oh, no. O's wrong. Oh, no, O's right. No, O's wrong. I don't waffle, dude. So when I get proven wrong, I'll just tell you I'm wrong. Period. End of story. That's it. But when I don't think I'm wrong and there isn't enough proof, like Tannehill, I'm going to stick to my guns. Like Tua, there's zero proof. Zero. And that's the stance I'm going to take. I'm going to back Tua all the way. I watched him with competent coaching. I watched him with real talent in the SEC against real talent in the SEC. I watched him perform in the game's highest moments, the most pressured moments. I saw him come off the bench and save Alabama's ass. This kid can play. This kid's a winner. This kid's accurate as hell. He's smart. He's tough. He works hard. He's a leader. Now, is he 6'5"? No. Does he have a gun that he can throw it out of the stadium? No. That doesn't mean he can't be a franchise quarterback. But in order to be a franchise quarterback, you need some help, just like Dan Marino needed help. So everyone needs help. If you're Pat Mahomes without an offensive line, you end up getting your ass kicked and losing in the Super Bowl. If you have an offensive line and a running game, you go and win a Super Bowl. And Tua's no different. He may not be as gifted as Mahomes. He may not be as gifted as Josh Allen. He may not be as gifted as Justin Herbert in the physical traits. That doesn't mean he can't accomplish everything they can accomplish and more, because he has everything you need in order to succeed. But even if you have everything you need to succeed, you still need to have everything around you in order to succeed. And he has had none of it. But if you think anyone can succeed with what they've had here the last 2 years, then you and I will disagree all the way to the end. And my toxic stance will stay all the way through, just like it did for 10 years as I crushed every Ryan Tannehill fool. Are we clear on that? And I'm still waiting to hear from Ryan Tannehill fools. I am owed a shitload of apologies, a ton of apologies, and I get none. And that's how this game is played for 32 years, because I only hear from most of you if I'm wrong. If I'm right, not really going to tell me anything. It's just the way it goes. So, toxic stance or not, I don't care, schmuck. I'm going to stand by what I believe in. And by the way, that's another reason why a lot of people listen to this show. Because I have an opinion, but I don't pull it out of my ass. I back it up with facts, and then I stand with them. And I usually crush people like you, because people like you are the ones that waffle. Go back and forth, back and forth. You don't have an opinion. You just, you're a sheep, and you go with everybody else. There's no sheep here, dude. We're leaders on this program. We're not followers. All right? 855-912-1056 is the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Tua haters will now push the Teddy B narrative. Yeah, no, they're already doing it. Douglas Anderson says, dude, always contradicting himself. He dissing of one player, always points back to Tua, and he doesn't realize it. Yep, there it is. This is a big year to really evaluate Tua with better offensive staff and players. Yes, Mikey, that is the obvious point. Big O, all of what you're saying was for him when he was in college, and we get that. But again, he has not proven himself or any of that in the NFL. And did you just listen to what I just said? Nobody's going to prove themselves under this conditions. Mikimbe. You hard of hearing, my brother? You struggle with that? You understand English? Just wondering. You speak English? Okay. Chris Campbell says, Big O, I still believe Tannehill can win a Super Bowl, but definitely not carry them. You were right. I was wrong. Yeah, he can win a Super Bowl as long as it's just Derrick Henry running all the way for that Super Bowl and he can hand off, but don't put him in a pressured moment. We will see what Tua is capable of this year. No more excuses. I'm a Tua advocate, and he doesn't improve this year. I'll shut my mouth. Yeah, I will too. What are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Rosendo says, what worries me with Tua is his durability. That's super fair. Tua just needs some coaching and his footwork. He will be fine. In fact, I'm interested to see how he will perform with McDaniel's West Coast offense. Yep. Damn, they made Big O curse. We curse once in a while. Big O coming in hot today. Got real quiet in here now. Let's see. Spo haters equal Tua haters equal Greer haters. I wonder if it's the same dude or woman. You guys need to do a study on that. Like, if you have a friend that hates Tua, find out if it, don't ask the friend. Okay, this is fun. You are onto something here. Okay? You are definitely on to something. I need you guys to go in now on an investigation. Okay? You got a buddy, several buddies, and everybody has a buddy that doesn't believe in Tua. Find out if that's the same buddy that doesn't believe in Spo. Because that's kind of interesting. It might be the same person. Oh, man. I was a Tannehill guy, says John Dew. I wanted him to work out. He never had it. I wish him the best. Football, no football, computer. I don't know what that means, that part, but and he's a great young man. Tannehill is a great young man. And I do wish him the best. It's impossible to root against Ryan Tannehill. But you got to be honest and you got to look at the player and say, yeah, scatterbrain in key moments, he's not going to ever get it done. That's not who he is. Let me see. I thought I saw, oh yeah. You all expect little O to know what QT is if he doesn't know anything about anything after the Ario Speedwagon error. Wow. Ario Speedwagon error. Damn. So I listened to Texas Hippie Coalition and Greta Van Fleet and the Rival Sons and Dorothy and Hailstorm but it's Ario Speedwagon error. Okay. All right. Okay. I travel to Denver to go see a brand new I go to Red Rocks to go see Greta twice. Yeah. No, yeah, I guess my error is only like 40 years ago. People too concerned about being right rather than being fair. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Ario Speedwagon had an entire era to themselves. Scott Sequels forever. A little Scott Sequels and everything. I like it. Steve Rose says top left tackles get more money. So the contract says there are injury concerns. Love Armstead as a player and leader. Worried about the right tackle into his blind side. Run game should be much better. Good signing. Remember, you also have a fullback, and fullbacks know how to block. So now your fullback only has to worry about the middle of the line and the right side. He doesn't have to worry about the left side. It's one of those deals. So it becomes, and remember, with the left tackle with Armstead, now you leave him on the island, so you can shift the rest of these guys, double teams, all that kind of stuff. So you'll be fine. You'll be fine. That'll work out. And again, these guys know how to coach offensive line. I think the guys we have here are going to be much better than they were last year. And I think some of these guys we're going to be very happy with by the end of next season. I really do. I think 2 or 3 of these guys we're going to go. You see, they weren't that bad. They were pretty damn good. And then the drafts will look really good because as long as you hit on 2 or 3 of the 5 linemen, you did your job. And if you have the other 2 and they stay healthy and they do their job, should be fine. Should have a pretty good offensive line. I just think people overreact a little bit too much and don't look at the big picture and don't look at, what I said it was from day one last year. Coaching. Coaching was a major, major, major sore spot on offense. Like a terrible, terrible group of – it was the worst offensive coaching staff the Dolphins have ever put together. Big O, imagine anyone trying to stop the run on us when it's 100 degrees in September in the fourth quarter. We can be lethal. If the guys step up and pick up the system, I agree, Samuel. I like what I'm seeing, but they still have to go out and prove it, my man. Big O, after signing Armstead, what are some other positions where this team could further improve going into the 2022 season? Well, they still have to improve at middle linebacker. They need a thumper. They need a guy who can run sideline to sidelines. I'd like another receiver on this team. I wouldn't mind drafting a running back, a young guy that you can groom behind Mostert and Chase Edmonds. I'd like that. I think that would be a good thing because these running backs are short-term guys. They're 1 year. Maybe you get a second year out of one of these guys, but Chase will be the guy. Mostert is probably a year guy. But Yeah, I would like at least another running back. Another DB would be good too. I think it's important to get another DB because you have two high-priced DBs. And so eventually some's going to give down the line with one of them. Trade, injury, whatever. Something's going to give with one of those two. So another corner wouldn't be a bad thing. What else? Center. Center's a position that Dieter did a decent job last year. He wasn't great, but maybe he's better to be a guard or a swing center guard. You know, that kind of stuff. There's some position. Punter wasn't consistent last year. That might be some, but again, I don't even know if you draft that in the 7th round or you sign a free agent punter or whatever. That's not necessarily like this priority that you got to have at this moment. Returner. I know that they've got some guys that have return skills, but if you can find in the draft an either or, a receiver / returner, a corner / returner, a running back / returner, something along those lines, that would be something that I would like to find. Yeah. There's a couple of spots still that are needed for this team. But coaching, my man, is the best. The best. Mexican Independence Day is September 16. Cinco de Mayo is a small celebration for the Mexican-French War that is barely celebrated in Mexico. Corona beer marked it. What's the 7th? I thought they were telling me that the 7th was something. Let me see. Let me see if somebody was mixed up or I was mixed up, maybe. It's Constitution Day. It's a national holiday, February 7th. That's what it is. Holidays and observance in Mexico. And February 5th is also one, but February 7th, Constitution Day. It's a national holiday there. I'm not Mexican. I don't know, but they told me that it is some kind of a national holiday on the 7th. I don't know what to tell you. And I just looked it up here. And you know, Google's never wrong. It says holidays and observance in Mexico in 2022. That's it. So if we have a fellow Mexican listening right now, maybe they can help us out. All right, let's take a quick break. Let's get ready. Hour number 2 is hour number 4, right? This is, I think it is now, right? Or is it hour number 4? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Hour number 4 is next. And we will have in this hour, what's it called? Ryan Vargas is going to join us. And he is racing in Austin this week. He had, I believe, 12th place this past week in Atlanta was his highest finish of the season. So it was pretty good. So we'll talk to him after the Nelly Cars 250. He is now getting ready for the Pit Boss 250 on Saturday at the Circuit of Americas in Austin. One day, Sean and I are going to be in Austin doing a show throughout the week for the Austin City Limits. I'm telling you, that's got to be on the bucket list of things that we've got to do one day. I don't know. Sean, can I drag you out to Austin and for a whole week of music? Okay. He says, all right. He says it's good. All right. Let's take a break. Hour number 4, I believe it is, next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hour number 4 of the program. We're starting. Okay, let's get it going here, Dolphin fans. All right, let's just start it off right now. All right, we might as well, right? Because I know it's coming. We just talked about the things that we need, right? Well, some guy named Ian Rappaport, I don't know, he's on a platform every Wednesday at 10 a.m. somewhere Eastern. I'm not exactly sure, but you guys should look it up. And he just reported that the cheetah is on the trading block now. So, Sean, Dolphin fans all over the world, why don't we trade for Tyreek Hill? I mean, why not, right? That's it. I know it's coming. Oh, let's sign J.C. Treader. Let's get Tyreek Hill. You know, maybe we can talk Brady out of leaving the Bucs and coming over to back up Tua. Just in case Tua falters, we'll go to Brady. Bridgewater will be the third guy. You know, that kind of stuff. You know, I'm just shocked. Dolphin fans, I get it. You're ready. Let's trade for Tyreek Hill right now. So contract talks have stalled with the Chiefs for Tyreek Hill. So now, you know, it's time for the Dolphins to step up, right? They lost the greatest returner in the game right now by giving him away to the Bears last year for a 6th rounder. the incredible Jakeem Grant, who probably will be in the Ring of Honor as the greatest returner in Dolphin history. So you've got to replace the greatest returner in Dolphin history. You're going to get Tyreek Hill. You add the cheetah to run inside HRS. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. Right, Dolphin fans? Let's trade for the cheetah. Let's sign JC Treader. Let's do it, man. Let's do it all. Let's go all out. Rams-like. So think about this. Whoever wants to trade for Tyreek Hill, you have to give up a bunch of picks, and you're going to have to give up a ton of cash because he's not going to want a small deal. He's going to want a big contract. It's a little bit of a mess there in Kansas City. You know, if this thing starts going awry, they end up like the Seattle Seahawks. They end up like the Legion of Boom, underachieving, because we thought the KC Chiefs were going to be a dynasty, right? Didn't happen. We thought the Seattle Seahawks were going to be a dynasty. Didn't happen. One title for each of those teams, and people expected a lot more from them. I'm not saying 5 titles, but I think a lot of people thought this Kansas City Chiefs team would win 2 or 3 titles. So if you lose, Tyreek Hill now, that becomes one hell of a loss for that team. But I figured I saw that, and I might as well start talking about it because I know it's going to come across the chat board. A bunch of you are going to want to trade because Dolphin fans want to trade for every player. They want to acquire every player. See, they signed Teron Armstead right away. Okay, now let's go get JC Treader. That's it. I heard some Dolphin fans are trying to find out if Richmond Webb feels all right, that they'll put him on the right side now. He's a little older now, so we'll put him on the right side. Dolphin fans want everything and anything possible that's out there. So somebody's saying, look at Schefter's tweet.
Hey, yo.
Yes.
Adam Schefter, Jets and Dolphins are in serious talks to trade for Chiefs wide receiver Tyreek Hill per league sources. Hill and Chiefs are mulling what to do, but Hill's time in KC looks like it could be coming to an end. And then he looked at it, he retweeted it, quote retweeted and said, Jets and Dolphins are 2 teams now vying for Tyreek Hill, who is expected to receive a massive contract extension from the team that trades for him, per sources.
Well, they do need a receiver. I did say they need a receiver, but holy crap. Is he? Well, Dolphins assistant. Oh, he put Marvin Allen was the Chiefs director of college scouting for 5 years when Kansas City drafted Tyreek Hill. That's actually a good point. That's a very good point. That's kind of why we thought maybe they would have a chance at Amari Cooper, because Reggie McKenzie was the GM at Oakland when he drafted the receiver. So now we've got Marvin Allen. This is crazy.
And there's even a link with Armstead, right? Don't we have like one of his former coaches? He's our offensive coordinator now or something?
Yes. Frank
Right,
Martin
Armstead?
coached him in New Orleans. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of ties going on.
So this is one where Dolphin fans actually would have been right, like, because they want to acquire everybody. So here we go.
But
and by the way, I would have never thought that they're going to acquire. I still don't think they're going to acquire Tyreek.
I'm going to give you this time. Okay, this is for you.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Give up the 29th pick for Tyreek Hill, or are they going to ask for more? Is the question. Because I know this is coming. I know Dolphin fans are going to want to trade for everybody. But I didn't think that they really would trade for him. Because I still have a hard time believing that the trade is going to go through unless they don't give up that much. Because now the Jets would be stupid enough to give up a bunch of picks and sign him to a big contract. How old is Tyreek Hill already? He's got to be young, right? He still has to be 27 or something, right? Let me see. Hold on. He can't be close to his 30s, right? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, he's 28.
28.
And
28.
He just turned 28, by the way, March 1st. So you got at least 2 to 3 years into 30, maybe 31, and that's about it. So you can give him a 5-year contract that you can get out of the 3rd, maybe 4th year, and that's about it. So you Dolphin fans, you nutbags that want to trade for everybody and sign everybody like J.C. Treader, you actually might have been on target with this one. Interesting. I'm just wondering, what are they going to give up for him? How much? What are they asking for? And I'm sure that's going to start coming out now. We're going to start hearing what they're asking for. But that's wow. A 5th-round pick in 2016 is going to turn into an absolute monster. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, speed to burn. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, and you put the Cedric Wilson kid has got good speed in the middle, so you got a nice slot, and then Gesicki. Oh, my God. Gesicki will have a field day if you have to worry about Tyreek Hill and what's it called, Waddle. That would be incredible. Hill and Waddle would be just, my God. Waddle should be like, yes, bring him here. What would they want? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, man. Oh, God. I know what's coming. I just figured it out. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. They're going to move X to accommodate Tyreek if they have to trade for him. That's what's going to happen because X will bring back picks. His salary is very manageable to move now. The team that acquires him can then give him the new contract and the money he needs. They will then get the next best veteran free agent corner that's available and draft another and have Noah, the vet, and the draft pick all battle for that cornerback spot. Bank on it. I don't think they trade for Tyreek Hill and keep Xavier Howard. How do you like them apples? That's how it happens. That's how it happens, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? That's how it happens. Mark it down. I think I might be off. I might be crazy. Then again, I might be 100% right. But I think that's how it's going to play out. I think X will be a part of this deal, either going that way for Tyreek Hill or going to another team to acquire picks to then be able to replace some of the picks that you're giving away for Tyreek Hill. That's what's going to happen. Okay? That's what's going to happen. If it happens, I think X will be involved one way or another. Bank on that. Okay? Big O, this is such a Dolphin move. In one of the deepest wide receiver drafts, we trade for a wide receiver plus a new contract instead of drafting a talented, young, cheap wideout. Wideouts take time to develop most of the time. You're not sure that you're going to get a wideout that's going to make an immediate transition. Let me explain something to you, young man. Okay? This is the part that you're overlooking, Jimmy A. You have to find out about Tua right now. Right now. And you cannot bank on developing Tua with 5 young linemen and no running game and no coaches. You have to get your coaches, which they got. You got to get your line, which they got. You got your running backs now, and you got to go get a wide receiver. But if you start putting inexperience around Tua, then the young quarterback doesn't get to develop. But if you bring him Tyreek Hill along with Waddle, who's a young receiver still, and an experienced tight end, all of a sudden now you've changed the entire face of the offense. And now you can find out if the kid can ball, which I know he can ball, but it still hasn't been proven yet. A lot of you are in doubt. They have to have some doubt in the front office, right? It's all natural. That's fine, whatever. But you have to develop him. And you know why? Because you got to give him a contract in year 5. So you need to win right now. And you can't wait for lines to develop. You can't wait for coaches to develop. You can't wait for receivers to develop. You can't. You got to stop with this shit already. This has to end already. You had your moment to develop. It's over now. Now it's time to add experience on top of what you already have developed. It's Van Ginkel that needs to take another step this year. It's Raekwon Davis that has to take another step this year. It's Javon Holland that has to take another step this year. You understand what I'm saying? It's Eichenberg that has to find his way this year. It's Robert Hunt that has to solidify things this year. It's Jalen Waddle becoming better this year. All of these investments that you made, all right? Nick Needham has to come up with a better year. You made lots of investments. Jerome Baker now will be playing in his normal position outside. Now he can thrive in his normal position all year instead of putting him in middle linebacker. You know what I mean? Jalen Phillips has to get better. Emmanuel Ogbot needs to get better. So everybody's young. They all can get a little better. So that's part of the game, is getting better from within and then adding some experience on the outside to get Tua across the threshold. You have no more time for development anymore. It is time to win. Yes, sir. Mr. Sean Stanley.
Barry Jackson reporting per Charles Robinson, Chiefs aiming for at least 2 first-round picks. Finns, as many know, have the 29th next month, their own first-rounder, and the 49ers first-rounder in 2023.
Right. But the 49ers 2023 one could be a bad one. Because if they don't have a quarterback and they trade Garoppolo and they're counting on the young guy, they may have a crappy year. And that might be a decent pick. Again, I don't know how much they want. I don't know if I'm trading 2 first-rounders and a big-ass contract. That's a lot, dude. What are you going to say, Sean? You going to say something? Oh, okay.
No, I was going to also say we took their brain trust, too. Don't forget Mike McDaniel's with us.
That's right. Yeah. Totally agree, Big O. The offense would be insane if the Cheetah were here with Waddle and Tua was absolutely ball out big time, because he would have all the weapons needed and an O-line. Would be good. Greer looks like he's just getting started in free agency. Tyreek Hill, brother, it's a no-brainer, says Brochet, Mopar, Sarasota, Bradenton. Yes, sir.
I mean, this is from Adam Schefter, okay? Apparently, this has been going on for days, just so you can get a little bit behind the scenes.
Really?
Because multiple teams were approached about a potential Tyreek Hill trade, but the Jets and Dolphins emerged in recent days as the 2 finalists per sources. Hill is now likely to wind up as a Jet or a Dolphin.
Wow. That is amazing. It's crazy stuff. And you know what? It's there has to be another part of this story with the Dolphins.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Go ahead.
Armstead, the good deal, was part of this to save money possibly for Tyreek Hill? to sign him as well? I mean, in the long run, was that what was taking so long with
Well,
Armstead?
Yeah.
With Chris Greer talking to him and the agent, like, hey, this is what we want to do, and then working the deal maybe to give him more money later or something, but leaving money open for Tyreek Hill now.
Let me see something a second. I want to look something up here. I want to look up his contract because that kind of affects the way you deal and the way you manage that first year of his contract, because you're going to give him a new one. And the question is, what's he playing on right now is the thing. Is he playing on a manageable deal this year that Miami can hide under the cap, or do they have to kind of redo the whole deal and play with the number a little bit? Let me see. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna find. This thing's kind of slow for me here, man. All right, here we go. That's, to me, that's kind of the whole thing. Is the question is, where is his contract at this point in time? But Tyreek Hill, let's see, 2022 season. He has a base salary of 3.4 million, a signing bonus of 1.4. Oh, he has a roster bonus of 16.5 million. So his cap hit is 21.8 million this year. So they trade him now. You know why they're trading him now? His dead cap money is only 2.65. So it's basically the roster bonus. And the roster bonus, let's see. No, the roster bonus is already figured in from the initial bonus. So he's fine there. So really, you're only carrying okay. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. My mistake. 12, 15, and 16 and a half, 17 million dollars is on the books this year. So you're going to have to redo that deal, lower that number to like 5 or 6 million, then extend it. Yes, sir.
Manuel Ogbah has tweeted out at Cheetah with the eyeball emoji. It's happening, people. It's happening.
Well, where did Emmanuel Ogbah come from?
Kansas City.
Exactly. Home of the Cheetah. So we'll see if the Dolphins can trade for the Cheetah. All right. I mean, it'd be sad for him to go to New York. Really, seriously. It's cold. The quarterback's inaccurate. It's just, you want to come to Miami. It's sun, fun, and Tua's going to ball out, baby. Love it. All right, let's have some fun. Let's talk a little racing with a new friend of the family now, Ryan Vargas. He is ready to go. He is locked and loaded after a terrific outing last week, by the way, as he finished 12th out in Atlanta. Congratulations to him in the Nelly Cars 250. And Ryan, nice job by you avoiding crash after crash after crash, my brother. Nice job by you. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me this time? Are we good?
Yeah, no. Yeah. We got you. We got
Good,
you. You're in your office. I like it. I like it. So how you feeling, man?
I'm here at the JD shop right now. We're getting ready for our race in Austin, Texas this weekend. Road course, first road course of the year. But no, it was fun. It's always good having KSDT on the car. I know they're a big partner on your guys' show as well.
Yes.
Just a super wild race, but it was pretty cool because we ran well inside the top 20, top 15 a majority of the race. It wasn't like a fluke finish, It was like we ran there, and that was a good feeling to have. Honestly, I feel like the thing that kind of stinks is I feel like we should have more of those finishes this year. We've just had such horrible luck to start the year. So hopefully, knock on wood, that's the beginning of a turnaround in our season.
I think it was the power of the Big O Show sticker. That's, I'm just saying. It was in the back end of that quarter panel. It's probably a little turbo boost coming out of that O. Yeah, I'm just saying, maybe that's what it is,
extra aerodynamics.
That's it, exactly. And let's not let the car people know, because then they might fine you or something for having the extra boost of the Big O Show logo out there. Now you got to walk me through this, okay? Because we saw it in what's that Tom Cruise movie where he's racing all the time?
Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder, which, by the way, I enjoy watching that movie. That's one of those when I'm channel surfing and I run into it, I watch it. So you have crashes, happening in front of you, right? So walk us through what you're watching, what they're telling you and guiding you through, obviously, because they get to see the big picture also. So walk us through that, because dude, this is just under 200 miles an hour where you're making these freaking decisions. So it's, it's split seconds, milliseconds stuff that you're doing. So walk, because that's scary, man.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of crashes, especially ones that happened directly in front of me. That was a wild, wild race. But, I mean, really what goes to your mind is this, because especially at a race like that, where it's essentially a super speedway race, for those who don't know, they restrict the power of the race cars so we don't, exceed 400 something horsepower. So the engines are tuned down. So everybody's kind of running close and tight in a pack. So, if one guy gets loose or one guy gets hit, it's going to most likely involve 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 other cars. So you have to almost keep your eyes on a swivel as you're racing. So, whenever those wrecks would happen, I'm looking not where I'm at. I'm looking 100 yards down the road, because I want to make sure that if something happens, I'm ready for it. So, you see these wrecks happen. My spotter, he's in my ear. He's telling me, reckon high, go low, like get down the track, try to miss the wreck, or just stop. Sometimes the track just gets so blocked, you have to literally just come to a stop to not hit anything. So you're just really making sure that you're able to avoid whatever's coming next, because that's what can really change the outlook of your race, especially if you get even an ounce of damage, because with how aerodynamic dependent some of these races get, you don't want any damage. And luckily we had not even a scratch on our KSDT CPA Chevy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was awesome, by the way. And you can check out his number 6 Chevy this weekend at the Pit Boss 250 at the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas. JD Motorsports, of course, the car that sponsors him, and obviously his company there, and that's where he's at. You're in the JD Motorsports offices now, right?
Yes, I'm in the shop. The shop is based in Gaffney, South Carolina. And that's the cool thing too, is it's JD. We're a smaller organization, so like when we have days where we finish 12th like that, that's a massive finish. That helps out the whole organization. That gets everybody's spirits up, and that just shows what it's literally a David versus Goliath type thing. So whenever we do have partners such as KSDT, you guys, the Big O, like helping us out, like even the smallest deals help us out immensely. So,
yeah. By the way, I felt so bad for Bailey.
Oh yeah,
because he ran a great race too, dude.
Yeah,
and it was just, I mean, the gas pump, brother. I mean, it's just like, I mean, if you crash or you get bumped and whatever, if there's an excuse, but when that goes out, that's got to be so frustrating for everybody. I would imagine, from the pit crew to the driver to you, obviously, because he's your teammate, and he was right there to finish with you, man. It's just,
no, he did a really good job. I mean, me and him, we had a really good race together too.
Yes.
For a majority of the day, we were in front of him, and then late in the race there, he had a couple, real good runs, real good short runs where cautions fell his way. He was 2 or 3 cars ahead of me, and it was like, man, I was like, man, he snookered me. But it was just great.
It was that was a lot of fun. All right, so overall, what did you enjoy as we recap Atlanta before you preview Austin? What did you enjoy about the new track? Where were the adjustments and the quirks compared to the old track?
Yeah, well, the old track, it was super bumpy, super aged, much wider, and there was a lot of off throttle time. You go into the corner, lift, scrub some brake, get the car to turn. Now they, like as I mentioned before, they put a restrictor plate on us, as well as they took horsepower. They added banking, made the track super narrow. They went from like, I think it was like 53, 58 feet to 40 feet in width. So, I mean, really hardly any room to go 3 wide. And it turned into essentially a miniature super speed race, a miniature Daytona or Talladega. So instead of having to go in the corner and lifting and scrubbing brake, now you were not lifting at all. You were wide open the entire duration of the lap. And that was a new feeling for me because, you know, I'm used to doing that on the bigger ovals. Well, now we're going to 1.5 miles, a whole mile shorter than a Daytona or Talladega. So you were on that ragged edge of control, and that was really fun. I actually really enjoyed it. It felt like, to me, like just a really.
I love how you guys love. I love how you guys love more danger.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Well, we just like things that are hard to drive. I mean, the Xfinity series, our package and stuff like that, aerodynamics and motor package wise, you know, we're one of the harder series to race in. I know the Cup Series, they just adopted the next gen car, so that thing's been a task for the drivers. But for us, you know, the Xfinity cars aren't easy to drive. So there's not much to lean on. There's not much air to lean on. So
right.
It's a fun car to drive, and it's a fun series to race in.
By the way, it seemed like the other positive was, okay, while the track was narrow, they seemed like they added more asphalt too and less grass. So when there are wrecks and you guys have to try to avoid them, you have more track to at least avoid it. Because once you go into the grass, man, you might lose it there and you might spin out and run into a wall or whatever. You have more grippable turf, in other words, to kind of avoid these crashes. So I thought that was actually really smart on their part to give the drivers the option to keep as many drivers, you know, in the race as possible.
Yeah, the track was plenty wide for avoiding wrecks. There was a big wreck on the back stretch and on the front stretch, and we had a lot of ease getting past it. It wasn't a crazy situation at all, so that worked out very well.
All right, so preview for us now the race in Austin. What are we going to be watching on Saturday, my friend?
Well, Austin is a road course, so we're going to be a lot of shifting gears, hopping curbs, trying to make the most out of, you know, trying to make speed out of a car that's designed to really only turn left. So it's one of the more difficult races of the year. I'm very excited. It's my first, you know, time going to Austin. It's going to be a crazy race. Road course racing is always a blast. A lot of beating and banging and stuff. So tight, close quarters racing for sure.
All right. I love that. And for me, is how many road course races do you have under your belt? Is that something that you enjoy, or do you like to stay more in the traditional oval?
I love road course racing. It's a massive challenge. I'm not a road course racer.
But you do a lot of you do more of that in the earlier stages coming up, right? You do some of that stuff.
I didn't.
No.
Wow. This is actually the most road course racing I've ever done. And the thing is, road course racing, I love it. Like whenever we haven't had any issues, we've run very well. Like my second ever start in Xfinity was on a road course, Road America in Wisconsin, and we finished 18th. Then I ran the Charlotte Roval in 2020, finished 17th. Mid Ohio in 2020, finished 18th. You know, and even then, like there's other tracks where we ran very well, just had unfortunate luck, like Daytona Road Course. We were running 12th when we broke. Charlotte Roval last year, running 17th. So, you know, for all these road courses we've done, we've had speed, we've shown consistency there. So I'm very excited to see what we're able to bring this week, because JD, our stuff's pretty solid on road courses. So I'm very excited to see how it goes.
So let me ask you something, because, okay, we got to be honest, obviously, because we root for you here on the show. Obviously, we're big supporters, but we know that JD Motorsports doesn't have the same kind of budget that Ty Gibbs has, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And so in road courses, is the difference in budgets and all of that, does that get minimized a little bit more? Is it more based on the driver here and not necessarily all about the equipment sometimes and some of the things? So it helps here in this case, how good of a driver you are might help you. It doesn't necessarily mean that the guy with the bigger budget is going to always win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, here the thing is, like, yes, you have to drive the car at the end of the day. Like, that is the number one thing at road courses. You have to be smooth, you have to be consistent, you have to know your shifting points, your lifting points, where you get on the gas, how long you need to roll. So there's a lot of factors there that definitely favor, drivers like myself and Bailey, have in our position. At the end of the day, the cream will rise to the top. You know what I mean? So it's like the big teams are still going to run well. That's just it at the end of the day. However, the drivers can really step up. And I think that's the big thing there. Like, there's a lot of road course races turn into attrition. I remember Mid-Ohio in last year in 2021, I was running 18th on the final restart. It was a 2-to-go restart. Drivers were taking me 3 and 4 wide. And you know what I did? I just lifted. I let them take it. I was like, go ahead. Take it. I don't care. Because 2 corners later, they went off track and buried themselves in the sand trap or hit the tire barrier or spun out. So it's like, if you just race consciously and smart, it's most likely going to end up in your favor.
Ryan Vargas, by the way, you can follow him on Twitter and catch him this weekend doing his thing in Austin, the Xfinity Series. And follow him on Twitter at @RyanVargas_23. By the way, we talk a lot of football on the show and free agency and all that good stuff. Are you a football fan? And if you are, what's your favorite team? You're not hearing me?
I can barely hear you.
Well, what happened?
In case you wanted to know, I'm at a race shop. We just started a race car. I don't know if you can hear it in the background.
We hear it, but it doesn't sound as loud as it normally would. But yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you barely.
Okay, all right. So we're in football free agency. What's your favorite football team?
Man, I'm sorry.
You can't hear me?
I feel horrible. Okay, go ahead and repeat that. I'm going to listen.
Okay, so what is your favorite football team since we're in football free agency right now?
All right, so my entire mom's side of the family came from Pittsburgh. So
okay.
I've kind of just inherited being a Steelers fan. My grandfather was, there we go, now the engine stopped. But that's how you know, live TV, race cars running in the background. That's how race shops are. But I kind of inherited being a Steelers fan. I watched Big Ben play and all that stuff. Definitely need to watch a little bit more football. But like I said, my grandfather, his whole room was like decked out. He had like those like fat heads, like posters and stuff. He had those of a lot of players. He had the he just had.
I'm impressed. The grandfather has a fat head.
Oh,
that's impressive. Okay, that's hip for a grandfather. To have a fat head. That's something that kids get, not normally, not guys like my age or older. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, he had like a bunch of jerseys that were signed. He had a flip coin from the Super Bowl. He had like a mini replica of like Heinz Field. So it was just super cool. He was a big Steelers fan all the way to the very end.
All right, so I got inquiring minds have to know. So I got to ask you. And you know what? I'm going to have the listeners, since we're going to have you on all the time, since you're a friend of the program now. I want to, the listeners, you guys can send in questions for Ryan on things that you may wonder about. So here's what I wonder about when you're in a race car for hours. So if you float an air biscuit, step on a duck, you know what I'm saying? Do you even smell it in the race car, or is because 200 miles an hour? It filters out quickly? I'm just wondering. Minds want to know, does a fart stay inside a race car?
No, you can't smell it. I have yet to fart in the car.
Come on.
I probably have.
Are you serious? You have never farted in the car?
I probably have. I don't know. I've never really thought about that.
I mean, if I get in that car, I'm probably going to take a dump in my pants because, this is going 200 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just wondering because, I like to play the fart game in the car. So, the wife is in the car. I lock the windows and she's, that's it. It's over. She's trying to hit the window. She's reaching over me. I'm blocking her like a right tackle and just keeping her away like a defensive end. And she's suffering and all that. So, and it's two-handed thing because I got to block her and then block the sunroof too, because then she might reach for the sunroof also.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to
I mean,
trap.
here's the thing too. We can never smell it because we have a helmet blower that hooks up to our helmet to blow cool air. So even if it did smell, it'd be kind of filtered out.
Oh, okay. It'd be scented. I got you. I got you. Here you go. All right, my brother. Ryan, thank you, my man. We will catch up next week. Good luck in Austin, man. Kick some ass. We're going to get a top 10 finish, right? That's what
That's
we'll
the
do,
plan.
right?
We need it. I'm knocking on wood. I think if we keep having good runs, I'm gonna have to be on the show every week. That's the thing. I'm not superstitious. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. So
I figured, you had a top 12. You were a 12 this past week. I go, we got to talk to him again. I mean, we got to bring him on and have some fun with this.
Absolutely.
This is
that was
good.
a heck of a run too. So it was cool to have,
I loved it, man. I
KCT,
loved it. I was so happy for you.
show.
I just wanted your teammate to finish, man, because it was a beautiful race for both of you, man.
It was going to be a massive day for our team. It was probably going to be, I mean, if we would have had some more things go our way in terms of, because you could choose which line you want to be in. If we would have had more things go our way, it could have been a double top 10 for our team or double top 15.
Well, maybe we'll get it this week, my man. Maybe we'll
Hopefully,
get it this week.
Like I said, knock on wood.
Ryan, much love. Safe in your driving, my man, and get that big win, man. Let's get it done. JD Motorsports, right?
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Ryan Vargas. Follow him on Twitter. He is now part of the family, so you got to follow him at Ryan Vargas _23. Great young man. JD Motorsports, Chevrolet number 6 car. His partner Curry is in the number 4 car, if I'm correct. And by the way, Sean, did you notice one of those wrecks were like within inches of Curry, dude? There was one of those wrecks. Sean, you're more of a race nut. Let me ask you something. Is there another channel that we can see other parts like I'd like to see the middle part of the race and the back part? Is there like a channel that has multiple camera views? Because I would love to see that, to maybe watch Ryan a little bit more. I didn't get to see Ryan as much. You know what I mean? And that's what I really wanted to see in that race. Does that exist?
You can get the viewer. You can purchase that through NASCAR, but I don't think it's for the Xfinity series. It's more for the Cup. The Cup has the thing where you can pick the actual camera view. You know how they had the cameras on all the cars?
Yeah.
Which camera you want to follow, and you can follow that car around. Just like they have the scanners where you can listen in to every headset and hear what's going on.
I love that.
There might be an underground channel, or maybe even JD Motorsports on their website might have things like that, but there's nothing, I don't believe, out right now that's promoted by NASCAR, because if it was, it would have been all over TV. They'd have that all over.
Yeah, I would have actually gotten
and
it.
They probably have a sponsor for it as well.
Yeah,
they do very well at that.
I'm with you there. All right, thank you, sir. Daniel Buckhalter is asking me, Big O, do you like ApeCoin? Dude, it already exploded, and I know it's tied to all kinds of NFTs and all kinds of other stuff that they're doing. But it got me by surprise. It's a little too late now. You have to, when you're investing, you got to invest before the race runs. You know what I mean? And that's what you had to do with ApeCoin. And now it's already there. I don't know how much more higher it's going to go. It has exploded. And so you have to expect that there's going to be some kind of a retraction, some kind of a comeback here on it, because it is too much of the way it's taken off. I don't know if it sustains that. You know what I mean? Most don't, and most end up going down. By the way, for those of you that Cardano right now is absolutely freaking killing it, dude. They were up to, what was it, $1? Let me see. Let me check it out here again. Let me refresh to look where it's at, because Cardano is up almost 9.5%. It's at $1.09 now. I think when we spoke last, it was like $1.03 or $1.05. When I opened the show, it's like $1.09 now. This thing was at 79 cents. So whoever got it at 79, you're up 30 cents already. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. That is awesome. Bitcoin, by the way, is approaching 43,000 right now. It's at 42,888. Cadena went live yesterday. So that is awesome. I ended up getting some Cadena. Cadena was all the way up to $22. It's at $6. And this is why I tell you, when you make an investment, get it when it's at its low point, not when it's already climbing, like ApeCoin. You know, if you got it before it went on this run, then God bless you, man. But I don't know enough of it to tell you to go into it now. You know what I'm saying? So that's wow. Cardano is flying, baby. Big O, check your phone, my guy. My phone? Why? What did I do? Somebody needs to tell him what's going on. I don't know what's he talking about. Did they make the move already? Big O, is Greer really that good with the salary cap to work a Hill trade and would be a contract to set the team? Yeah. I you know, I am going to really enjoy myself in the next year or two. Not because crypto will explode and mass adoption will take over. It's because in a year or two, the entire narrative of Tua and Chris Greer will completely change. And there's this, group of people that are all over Chris Greer, blaming him for stuff that happened 5 and 10 and 15 years ago, which is just stupid. And the guy has made a lot of really good moves. He screwed up with Brian Flores. But overall, there's a lot of good personnel moves going on this team. And the right coaching staff will then accentuate all of that and bring it together. And I think that's what's going to happen now. And I believe that he's made a lot of good moves already as it is. He's kept them very flexible every year cap-wise. He's kept them flowing with picks, which allows them to do stuff like this, like Tyreek Hill. So I think he's a really good GM. The problem is the frustrations that the Dolphin fans have for the last 40 years. And some of you young people, 20, it's so much, you're like a volcano. And any little thing just sets you off and it gets you into a direction that's absolutely unrealistic. And so I believe in Chris Greer. I believe in Marvin Allen. I believe in Reggie McKenzie. I think, I've told you before, I think the Dolphins will prove to have one of the best front offices in the NFL. So, yes, I think Chris Greer is good enough to do whatever the hell he wants to do to get this team to be a winner. He just has to find the right head coach. And hopefully Mike McDaniel is the right coach, because that's where they have to look in the mirror, right? That's where Chris, Marvin, and Reggie have to look themselves in the mirror and say, all right, man, we effed up with our first coach, but we got to nail this one, because if not, we're not going to be around. And kudos to Stephen Ross for giving these men the other opportunity to get the coach and fix that issue. So I think there's a lot of good talent on this team. I think that they've been kept really flexible on the salary cap side. He's got picks. He keeps trading and finding ways to create more picks and more opportunities. Some of these opportunities may not have happened with the last coach in place, because he was so set in his ways that he was not flexible. Whereas it's kind of like Tom Brady. You watch Tom Brady with the Patriots, and then you watch him away from the Patriots, and he's a completely different dude. Watch Chris Greer now without having the ball and chain that is Flo, and you'll see what's going on now. What you're doing in free agency, what you're trying to trade for. These aren't the things that you were really doing in the last 2 years, because some guy was always cock-blocking everything. Jason Romero, thank you for the love on the Super Chat. He says, Big O, if the Finns get Tyreek Hill It'll be Duper and Clayton all over again. It would be nice. It would be really nice. A cornerback to take away the ball in the AFC West would be a premium. Some serious quarterbacks in that league. Xavier Howard at number 29 gets it done. Maybe. That might be, or maybe Xavier Howard and the next year's pick. It may not be 29 this year. I don't know. We'll see. Might do it that way. Let's see. Jason Meyer says, agree, Big O. Flexibility is huge. That's why everyone who wanted to just sign everyone, this is why you stay flexible. If not Hill, someone else could become available. Right? I would not be surprised if we trade Rowe to the Chiefs. Yeah, that's not really what they would be looking for. They would want X, my man. Dolphin Twitter is losing their minds right now. Well, I mean, if you get Tyreek Hill, bro, think about this after all the crap that people are talking about. Okay. And those of you that talk crap about Chris Greer. So he ends up the free agency period filling all kinds of needs, and he gets Teron Armstead and Tyreek Hill. Holy crap. Damn. Damn. That's what I'm saying. Oh, by the way, if they get Tyreek Hill, we're going to have Joe Shad on. Okay, I'm going to ask Joe Shad that if they had Tyreek Hill, do they not get an A now? And if he doesn't get an A, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with Joe Shad. I don't know what to do with him at that point. Okay? I just don't know. Have no idea what to do with him at that point. I'm going to send Alarmo over to his house to clock him with the shield. It's probably what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'll send Alarmo over. By the way, the Dolphins got their own Alarmo. Armstead, not Alarmo. But there you go. You can get your own Alarmo by calling Sloman's. We're in 14 different states, moving to about 5 more states. Not exactly sure of the dates, but call Sloman's, 1-800-ALARM-ME. We have a link below here on our YouTube page, but 1-800-ALARM-ME will do it, and tell them that the Big O Radio Show sent you, please. And right now, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera, which connects directly to your smartphone, and it's connected to our central station monitoring system. And besides the free doorbell camera, we're going to give you professional installation, low-cost central station monitoring, an LED touchscreen pad, motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery, folks. You're going to love it. You're going to love using it. It is so easy to use. The Sloman's installers will also teach you and walk you through everything, but the way they have designed the pad to use, it is incredibly easy, folks. So that's why I'm telling you, call Sloman's to protect your home, your business, your family, your pets. I've got cameras inside the house and outside the house. So it's not only about knowing who's at the front door, who might be in the backyard or anything like that, but also I got a camera inside. So when I'm away from the house, I can keep track of our dogs, which our dogs are like our kids. So we keep track of them too. That's what I love. The Sloman Shield protects everyone, your business, your home, your family, your pets, and that safety, that security, that feeling. And by the way, whenever, because I did it Saturday morning, I got up accidentally. I forgot to turn off the alarm. So I opened the sliding glass door to let the dogs out in the backyard to go do their business. And the alarm goes off. Sloman's calls within seconds. They're like, yo, what's going on? What's the password? That kind of stuff. So call the Sloman Shield. Great coverage, great support. Our number 5 is next. And it'll be Joe Shad starting it off with our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The views and statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy. With fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
Hey, there he is, the man that is the hardest grader in the history of reporting. Joe Shad with our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report. And Joe Shad, all right, you didn't give him an A by getting Teron Armstead. Now, if they trade for Tyreek Hill, well, what's going to happen now, Mr. Joe Shad? What kind of a grade are you going to give him?
Well, it would depend on what the Dolphins give up.
Christ.
Charles Robinson of Yahoo is reporting that the Chiefs would like 2 first-round picks. Now, I don't think the Dolphins should give up 2 first-round picks for a player that they would have to give $20 million a year to. The prospect of adding Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins offense is very exciting. The idea of what Mike McDaniel might be able to do with a Jalen Waddle and a Tyreek Hill and a Mike Gesicki all on the same field and a Raheem Mostert is very intriguing.
Chase Edmonds.
What did I say?
You left out Chase Edmonds, bro.
Oh,
Come
Chase
on.
Edmonds.
What's wrong with you?
I would like to see the Dolphins give up
an A, man. An A if they do.
Well, let's see what it costs and let's see what the contract is.
So they get Tom Brady. Tom Brady goes to a team that has Mike Evans and Chris what's his name? Godwin, who's terrific. And they go and add Antonio Brown, bro. I mean, give me a break. You need weapons. This is the way you add weapons. And by the way, isn't he worth 2 first-rounders? And one of them is the 29th pick. It's like that's an early second is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to not give up the 2 first-rounders, but it's not going to temper my enthusiasm about the trade if that's what it actually ends up being. I mean, would you rather give up a first-rounder on Devontae Parker or a first-rounder and a third-rounder and Lynn Bowden? You'd probably say yes to both of those, right?
Yeah. Say that again.
A first-rounder, a third-rounder, and Lynn Bowden, or a first-rounder and Devontae Parker. You'd rather do those trades, right?
Yeah, but who the hell wants Devontae Parker? You make it sound like Devontae Parker is worth something. He's not worth anything. He not even worth a used microwave
contract.
He's not worth a used microwave. Seriously, I'd rather have a used microwave. By the way, Adam Schefter reports Jets and Dolphins both now have trades in place for the soon-to-be former Chiefs wide receiver Tyreek Hill. The question now becomes where Hill wants to become the highest-paid wide receiver in NFL history. Once he decides, the trade is expected to happen. For now, Hill is said to be torn.
Well, what would you be torn about, right? They all want to live in Miami. I want to live in Miami. Everybody wants to live in South Florida.
What the hell? Yeah. What else to be torn about?
So what is he debating? Well, one thing he might be debating.
Now, here we go.
Just to be honest, is Zach Wilson versus Tua Tagovailoa.
Mm-hmm. And
so, what is his opinion on those 2 quarterbacks? Tua Tagovailoa, one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the National Football League. Zach Wilson, one of the best arms in the National Football League. If you go to New York City,
and Tua actually accomplished something in college, and he didn't.
If you go to New York City, there is some appeal to the flash, the bright lights, this and that. If you come to the Dolphins, you get to work with Mike McDaniel. I think this is going to happen. Now, just to be honest, one downside is that Tyreek Hill had a domestic incident in college and was investigated for a domestic incident while playing for the Chiefs 3 years ago. That is a negative. That is something that has to be taken into consideration here. There are people who are not going to be happy.
They have X here, bro.
The domestic incidents.
They have
X
here.
Correct. That is correct.
And by the way, that's what I think may happen. It's a first rounder and X that goes that way.
The only problem with that is
there's a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower in the West, in that West division. You need corners in that West division.
I wouldn't give up Xavier Howard in this trade. I'll be disappointed if they do. Would you?
I would be disappointed only because you could trade him and get the picks back that you traded for Tyreek Hill. Instead of trading him for Tyreek Hill, I trade him somewhere else. I'm terrified of that knee. I think that knee is going to give out at any time now. And so I think this deal is going to go raw for the Dolphins eventually with this guy. It's too many knee injuries. And he's been magically he's been staying on the field because he hasn't gotten that extra money yet. And
Big O, the Dolphins are trying to win this year.
I know.
They have shifted from rebuild mode to contend mode.
They have to,
and
Joe.
I wrote about this in the Palm Beach Post on the website. Especially if they add a Tyreek Hill. And I'm sure you would agree with this. No excuses for Tua Tagovailoa. No excuses.
No. There's never been an excuse. The reality is
Gary and Joe Shad are on the same page.
Of course.
After adding Teron Armstead and Connor Williams and Raheem Mostert and
the coaching
Chase
staff.
Edmonds and Mike Gesicki and Dorm Smythe and
a coaching staff
and Alec Ingold and a new scheme. The Dolphins have put Tua Tagovailoa in a position where
finally
it's the last chance. Last chance.
You look at it that way. I look at it like now he's going to ball. That's the way I look at it.
Well, he's clearly going to play well. If he has Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and Mike Gesicki, he's going to play well. He's going to play well. Absolutely. Of course he's going to play well.
Okay. Well, because of course he's going to play well because he has talent around him.
Now, but where does it put the Dolphins in the AFC playoff picture? Vegas odds, they had him 12th in the AFC. So does this move them to 7th, 8th? The expectations will be increased. So what? Maybe instead of 7, 8 wins, you're looking at 9 or 10. Remember, the Dolphins have won 9, 10 the last 2 years.
Why would you look at this team at 7 and 8 wins at any point? They're way better than they were last year already. And they're a 9 and 10 win team. They have better offensive staff. This is a team that has to be in the playoffs this year with 11 to 12
problem
wins.
Is,
with or without
you know this. You know this. Russell Wilson to the Broncos. Von Miller, all these guys coming into the AFC.
And they will cannibalize themselves in the West. They will just eat themselves alive, beating each other up. And meanwhile, the Dolphins have to just take care of business in the AFC East is what they have to worry about. It's not like you're spending your whole schedule against the West. Okay. Do they even play I don't even know who they play this year. Who do they play? What division?
Yeah. Just one team out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not, they don't have to worry about the West until the playoffs. So that's not to us, that's not a big deal. You worry about the Jets, the Bills, and the Patriots. And if you get this kid, Tyreek Hill, you're better than the Jets and the Patriots. I truly believe that. Now you've got
the problem is clearly the Bills. The problem is clearly the Bills.
Oh, the Bills are a Super Bowl contender. They're not just our problem. They're not just our problem. They're the entire conference's problem. So
the Dolphins brought back the same defense, and that's good because the Dolphins' defense is very solid. But this defensive scheme and these defensive players have not proven that they can stop Josh Allen.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
so now you got to outscore Josh Allen. Can you outscore Josh Allen?
We'll see. We'll see. The defense should be if you run the ball on Buffalo and you control the clock a little bit more, they're not going to be able to put as many points. Your defense is going to be fresh. So the fact that you're not going to be a 3-and-out offense all the time, that alone should make your defense better. And that's why I don't think you have to go crazy on defense this offseason, only a middle linebacker. But everything else needs to be on offense because by improving your offense, you will also improve your defense.
All right, so here's the thing with Tyreek Hill. He's obviously the fastest man in the NFL. They call him Cheetah. He is a big playmaker, one of those guys who puts up all these 50-yard plus touchdowns. Do you think Tua's going to be able to get it out there?
Of course, dude. He had the same speed in Alabama. It's called anticipatory skills. And he has a lot
stronger. You talked about that. You talked about how there was that video about how he threw the ball 70 yards.
Yeah. Oh, you saw the video, didn't you?
Yeah, no. I think his arm is going to be stronger.
Yeah, it should be.
I think his arm is going to be stronger. I think all the body parts are more healed. I think that's going to help. The hip, the torque.
Joe, go out and try to throw a ball
70 yards
with your ribs fractured, your finger fractured. And you're not Josh Allen or Justin Herbert. You're not built at 6'5".
I know.
So try to uncork with your ribs fractured and your finger fractured and see how far you're going to throw. And so now 2 years removed from the hip surgery, this offseason should be the offseason where he's completely strengthened his core. He's recovered from a rib fracture, a finger fracture, which, by the way, he threw it for 50 yards last year to Waddle downfield with fractures all over. So just, man, you can't even go to the bathroom to take a dump with broken ribs without it being painful. So I can't imagine what it's like to play the game of football and trying to throw when your core is not 100%. And these are the things that people just, like you right now, well, you think he'll be able to get it out there? Well, dude, the guy's injured, and he still threw it for 50 yards. Let's get him healthy again. I saw it in Alabama. He had plenty of speed. He knew when they were going deep. He doesn't throw the ball when the guy's 70 yards downfield. He throws the ball when the guy's 35 yards downfield.
Listen,
yards
we agree that Tua Tagovailoa will increase the number of completed deep passes with a new offensive scheme and the potential addition of Tyreek Hill. But
right.
I am going to ask you this. Do you agree that Tyreek Hill, in making his choice right now between the Dolphins and Jets, is likely comparing Zach Wilson's arm strength to Tua's? Do you think that he's thinking – you don't think that that's a factor?
Not at all.
Tyreek Hill?
I think his factor is money. And that's why he didn't agree to deal with the Chiefs. So now he's going to be the highest paid wide receiver. And I think he's thinking, if I stay in New York, I can get more deals there and make more money than probably in Miami.
Tyreek Hill's not going to get a lot of Verizon commercials. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's thinking Super Bowl on either side right now. I think he has his Super Bowl title. I think he's thinking greed right now. I think he's.
I don't think Tyreek Hill is ever going to be making Home Depot commercials.
No,
but Johnson & Johnson commercials.
But whatever he can get, he'll get more in New York. He'll get more than he will in Miami. That I think it's just about greed for him. I don't really think he's thinking, oh my God, he has his title already. And obviously, if he wanted to really win, he would stay in Kansas City and take a little less. But obviously, he doesn't want to give them a hometown discount because he's a fifth rounder. So he's just working on his second big deal, and that's what he wants. I think
Dolphins owner Stephen Ross wants to make a splash. Obviously, this is potentially about as big a splash as you can make, adding the best free agent left tackle one day and the best, speediest wide receiver in the NFL the next day. I want to ask you, do you think from a public relations standpoint that the Dolphins would have faced more criticism and scrutiny if they had added Deshaun Watson as opposed to this Tyreek Hill move?
Hell yeah.
So
sure.
So because it's more recent.
Well, and it's also 22 women. That's the problem. Also, it's not just one. Where one you could, argue this, that, what went on, and like with that. When it's 22 and it seems that habitual, I think that's the scary part, because it wasn't one incident that went out of control. It's a problem that you seem to have. And so that's the thing that you have to be scared about with Watson. That's the only thing that's the only difference between the two. Neither one's acceptable, Joe. I mean, what are you going to do, my brother? It is what it is. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, there will be some criticism. There will be some scrutiny.
Of course. Now, the difference also, Joe, is you're acquiring a quarterback compared to a wide receiver. So as good as Tyreek Hill is, he will. Oh wait,
okay. Hold on a second. The gas company's here. Tico, do you need anything?
We spoke about gas with Ryan Vargas.
Okay. No problem. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Sorry, the Big O. Big O, they're doing our stairs. Check this out. We get some new stairs coming in.
Oh, okay.
And they finished the pool, Big O.
Oh, nice. Why didn't you call us? Why didn't you call us from lying inside the pool, dude? Like,
Big O.
That's there we go. Nice.
Big O. Is that legit?
There we go. I love it. When's the pool party?
Memorial Day. You want to come? Look at this spot.
Big O radio show pool party.
Big O. Look at this spot.
I'm looking for a place for our 1-year anniversary party.
How's that? You want to go in the spot?
I like it. I think this is the spot. I think we have to go there. What do you all think? We raid Joe Shad's house? Huh? We raided South Beach style?
Sorry about that. My wife and daughter are at Universal Studios, and so I had to answer.
Okay. It's all good in the hood. That's what we love about live radio. You just don't know what you're going to get from live radio. And now I forgot what the hell I was going to tell you, man.
Well, we were talking about Tyreek Hill and the possibility of scrutiny, criticism.
Oh, yeah. When you acquire a quarterback compared to a receiver, the scrutiny or the compliments or whatever is going to be much bigger. So if you have a wide receiver with a DUI and a QB with a DUI, the QB DUI story will be 1,000 times bigger than any other position in on the team. So that's why the scrutiny will always be bigger, because the magnifying glass on a quarterback.
Yeah, face of the franchise, no doubt.
Yeah, that's why.
Face of the franchise. I think that's a very valid point.
You acquire Tyreek Hill, Tua is still the face of your franchise, no matter what. You know what I mean? That's the difference there.
And I do want to make clear that Tua Tagovailoa is a good kid who wants to do well, and having him as the face of your franchise is not a bad thing. We're all hoping that he increases his productivity, and I think he will. I think he's going to be better in year 3.
By the way, did you give the pool people an A? I mean, you screwed your landscaper. Did you give him a 5-star? The pool people, come on.
No, there's still some pavers that they have to replace that are chipped, and
but you'll give him a 5-star after that.
Yeah, as long as they finish the job strong, 4th quarter.
Okay, all right.
I don't give anybody A's. And this is a new thing where companies ask you to write positive reviews. That creates a real guilt thing, doesn't it? It'd be like a player coming to you and saying, "Hey, Joe, do me a favor,
if they did a good job, why not?
I got this contract negotiation coming up. Would you do me a favor? Write that the Dolphins should pay me. Would you do that?" It puts you in this weird spot where you're like, "Why are you asking me that? That doesn't feel appropriate."
Well, we asked people here to hit the like button. Look, we have 353 likes right now. There's 898 people on the board right now watching. We should be up to almost 900 likes, and there we go. They watch. They don't appreciate all the work we put together every single day, what Sean does every day. It's amazing. See, we got a bunch of people like you. They're not even giving me an A. They could give me an A by hitting this, and there's 500 people sitting there going, "Screw you, O."
I was thinking about this grading thing. Think about all the times that when the NFL draft immediately ends and they give out all these letter grades, when they go back and look 3, 4, 5 years later, they're completely wrong. Like, what we think about things as they're happening in the moment is usually completely wrong. It's very rare that we're actually right.
Do you give your
we
wife?
We are wrong a lot more than we're right.
Do you give your wife an A?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. At least you got common sense there, bro. All right. So you nailed it there. All right. All right. So this Tyreek Hill thing, did you see this coming at all? No, right? I mean, because
it doesn't surprise me.
Came out of nowhere, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'd specifically heard Tyreek Hill rumors, but it does not surprise me that the Dolphins are in on it. Owner Stephen Ross wants to make a splash, no pun intended. New coach Mike McDaniel wants to add the kind of speed that the Chiefs have long had. Listen, the Dolphins were exciting and interesting when they had Jakeem Grant and Albert Wilson high-fiving. Imagine Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill replicating the high five. They're going to be so far down the field, there's going to be no one in the frame on the all-22. They're going to be wide open, these guys.
If they acquire
Tua's going to feel like he's back at Alabama.
If they acquire Tyreek Hill today, I'm going to go find Superman and have him speed up in front of the earth and just race us to the first week of the NFL season already. Because if you acquire Tyreek Hill, what the hell am I going to do waiting all these months for the regular season to roll around? This will be the frustrating part. Is I can't wait for Dolphin season because it's going to be exciting, man. It's going to be
There's
lot
so
of
much
fun.
attention on the Miami Heat and their star players, the
Panthers.
Jimmy Butlers and the Tyler Heroes of the world. And, it's time. It's time. When Chris Greer said the rebuild is over, that was kind of went a little under the radar in Indianapolis.
They have to, Joe. They have no choice.
Yeah.
They have no choice. You got to pay Tua in year 5. So you must find out in years 3 and 4 if he's the guy or not, or you got to move on. But
and
if
they go, they usually don't pay the
time. There's no more time to go get a rookie and develop them. And you draft your guys you're going to develop. Now you need to add some experience to get this thing over the top at this point. And that's what they're doing.
If you look at the history of first-round quarterbacks, they usually don't get paid. They usually don't get that second contract. So we're hoping that Tua, like Ryan Tannehill once did, got that second contract.
No, please.
Were you against Ryan Tannehill's second contract when it happened?
Joe, you called me hard-headed a couple months ago. That you said, "Oh, you stick to your guns a little too much." This and that. I stuck to my guns from day one with Ryan Tannehill, and I was right from day one. He was never a franchise quarterback. It took 10 years for some to figure it out after he went against Scatterbrain in the playoffs. But that's the reason why I stick to my guns.
You never thought he was an elite quarterback from day one to day end?
Ever, because I know exactly what I was watching. A guy that was living off perfect play calling by Arthur Smith and dominant running off of Derrick Henry. All he had to do was facilitate a couple of plays. And Ryan Tannehill, on his best day, will always be a facilitator. He'll never be a franchise guy. When you put the weight of the world on his shoulders, it's over. And it's always been that way. And that's why I stuck to my guns for 10 years. And I was right every single time. Not while he was throwing 30 touchdowns and riding Derrick Henry's. Those people that thought he got there were wrong because they didn't understand the quarterback position. That's the problem.
There's only like 8 quarterbacks
franchise
that are on a different level.
Right.
Everyone else is like trying to get to that sphere, and it's not easy to get there. Every team is desperately hoping that they have one of those 8 guys. And I agree with you. Tannehill is probably not one of those 8 guys. No. And Tua, of course, has not yet proven to be one of those 8 guys. We'll see.
No, he hasn't proven it. There's none of the young guys except for Burrow. Burrow's the only young quarterback that has proven that, he's got that moxie that, okay, craps against the wall, I can make a play. Lines
you
not
could
doing
argue
well.
Herbert. You could argue Herbert is one of the 8 best quarterbacks.
No. Only fools do that. He hasn't accomplished jack shit. He can't win. He can't even get in the playoffs, dude.
Imagine if Herbert was throwing to Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
He has a great receiving core. Why do you have to imagine Herbert? So our guy has no receiving core. Herbert has a hell of a receiving core. He has 3 receivers, and you want to give him even more receivers.
No, I'm saying
this is classic Joe
I'm just saying, imagine if he was here.
Ago, you wanted the Dolphins to acquire a franchise quarterback, but improve the line and the running game. But not for Tua, of course, because Tua doesn't need an improved line or running game. Let's just judge him with shit around him and say, okay, he can't play. That's classic Joe Shad right there.
Well, some of the Tua fans disputed my notion that excuses are now eliminated. They said that they're still concerned about center. They're still concerned about right tackle. They're still concerned about the receivers. They're still concerned about Tua learning a new offense. Do you disagree with all that?
That's all stupid. That's all stupid talk. The center one was the only one that made some sense. You don't have a great center. But if your guards are better, Dieter will be better. But I don't think they're done. I think they may acquire
they'll add a center. Yeah. Either through the free agency or the draft.
I still think they'll add another center to bring some competition. And as the right side, I'm not that concerned. You now have a fullback. You'll have Armstead take care of one guy by himself on an island. The other 4 guys can slide. You can have double teams. You have the fullback. You'll be fine, dude. The fullback now, Joe, only worries about the middle of the line and the right side. He doesn't worry about the left side. Doesn't have to worry. It's like the safety that has 2, Madison and Surtain. Okay, I got it. I have some peripheral vision on those guys, but it's not a big deal. Let me worry about the middle of the field.
What is interesting, so I got to go, but the last thing, if you go with the 2-back set, if you go with Mostert or Edmonds and the fullback,
right,
that means that you really can't have, right, because 2 + 5 is 7. That leaves 4. And if
no 3
on
wideouts.
the field, that leaves 3. So who are your 3 wideouts? If it's Waddle.
No, it's not 3 wideouts. It's 2 wideouts in the tight end.
So
that's what it is.
So Waddle and Hill, and then where does that leave? Parker or Wilson? So I ask you this. This will be my last point in all seriousness. If the Dolphins acquire Tyreek Hill, does that increase the possibility that they maybe trade Mike Gesicki?
Yeah. I think there's a possibility of that. I don't think it'll happen.
And of course, Devontae Parker.
Yeah, because he's just signed his well, they do have till Don't they have to like June to do that, right? A deadline?
July 5.
July 5 is what it is? Okay, I know
5
there's
linemen, 2 running backs is 7.
You might be
A
onto
tight
something.
end is 8, so that leaves 3 receivers, right?
Yeah, and you did sign Smythe, so you might use
They got a lot of guys.
Yeah, no, you might be onto something. They might move Gesicki. That might
Would you
be,
move Gesicki for a 2?
Yeah, for a 2, depending on what 2 it is. Yeah, definitely.
What
You
about
got
a
him in
starting
third.
center?
Huh?
A starting center.
Oh, hell yeah, dude, of course. But who has a spare starting center, Joe?
Well,
tough to
someone
find.
who might want a top-tier receiving tight end. Anyway,
Well,
something
yeah,
to
but
consider.
I have a hard time believing somebody's going to give up a starting quality center. I mean, and I don't even know. I got to look around, but I don't even know if somebody has a spare, like a second. That's kind of tough.
I mean, it gives McDaniel a lot of package options. You know, you can go with, fullback and blocking tight end, and then all of a sudden you can go 1 back or no back and 5 receivers. Obviously, that's what McDaniel wants, the flexibility to have all sorts of different package combinations.
All right. Good stuff there. All right. Appreciate you as always, my brother. We will catch up next week and see if maybe you change your mind after Tyreek Hill is acquired and you give him an A.
All right, buddy. Be well.
All right, bro. Be good.
See
There you go. Joe Shad in our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? All right, let's see what we got. Let's see. My man Zach at QAM is saying that the deal is done. I haven't seen anybody else say it. So maybe Joe got wind of it, told Zach, and then Zach put it out there. Could be the case. You never know. That's the only thing right out there that says that it's a done deal. I mean, he's torn. Question is, how long is he? Now, you tell me he's torn, and then like 10 minutes later, the decision comes in that he's going to pick Miami, then he's not that torn. You know what I'm saying? Chiefs are trading 6-time Pro Bowl Tyreek Hill to the Miami Dolphins for 5 draft picks. Here it is, official, Schefter. 5 draft picks in 2022, the first-round pick in 2029, a second-round pick, number 50, a fourth-round pick as well, and a 6th-round pick in the 2023 draft. So Miami is giving up their first and second-round picks in this draft and a 4th and 6th-round picks in 2023. Not a bad deal. It's the 29th pick and the 50th pick. So you're giving up 2 late first and second round picks and the 4th and the 6th the following year. Oh, I'm sorry. No, wait a minute. It's a first, a second, and a 4th this year, as well as a 4th and a 6th next year. So there you go. That's why they didn't get the 2 first rounders. Instead, they gave up the extra, the second, and then the 2 fourths and the 6th. That's what it is. Okay, so there you go. The Miami Dolphins now have Tyreek Hill. So they've kept, remember I told you, keep that first rounder next year because San Fran, if they do trade Garoppolo, which Garoppolo's the guy that's going to be traded before Mayfield. If any of the 2 are traded, Garoppolo would be the guy traded. Mayfield is Cleveland screwed there. I don't even know what anybody's going to trade for Mayfield. But if they trade Garoppolo and they really go with the youngster, and in a way they have to because it's already 2 years that he's there, They have to play him in the third year because they have to find out, because then by year 5. So they're kind of in a rut. So, that may, we'll see. We'll see. That may, and San Fran may struggle. They don't have McDaniel. Maybe that hurts them also. I don't know. So you're kind of holding out hope and say, no, that team might be a 500 and that pick might be pretty good. So you give it up. Samuel Robina says Greer is the freaking man. Chris Hernandez says, oh. Ian from Brooklyn says, wow. Watch everyone switch up. We got him. Holy guacamole. This team got a facelift and a half. Wow. Not a bad trade. What did they give up? They gave up a first rounder, number 29. They gave up the second rounder, number 50. They gave up a fourth rounder this year and a fourth and sixth rounder next year. They did a good job. That is aggressive. Yeah. Well, all of this would not have happened with Flo. Just want you to know that. That dude was cock blocking them all the time. The master of the program, Sean Stanley. Yes, sir. What do you have for us?
How does this affect us in Vegas now?
Oh, yeah, because we have no picks for the first day and a night and a half.
We have we have the third, number 102. Then they had 2 fourth-round picks. I'm not sure which one they got.
Yeah, we have one. We have one. I don't know which one they gave up.
1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 2 in the 7th.
Right. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see what happens with X.
That's true. Okay. All right. We can get back to him. All right.
They might get a first rounder back now. They might get a second rounder back now. So let's hold off. Wait a minute. Let us put some boom in it. Man of 1,005 holds says, oh my God, we are loaded. A++, great free agency. Play the goal horn. Yeah, baby. That's a good idea. And let me do it again so that way you can see the light here. All right, so we'll do it one more time when the light ends here. 3, 2, 1, finish the light. Cut it. There we go. By the way, can I just say something? Torn my ass. Okay? Tyreek Hill wasn't torn. What, there were 2 deals on the table? You made a deal. You made a decision within minutes. The hell are you talking about? The Dolphins and the Jets just became the leaders of the trade this morning. So now Tyreek Hill has only 2 teams to decide. Oh, he's torn. Took you minutes, bro. By noon, you made a decision? Oh, wow, you were really torn.
Ayo.
Yes. That's funny, man. Give me a break. Yeah, go ahead.
Report is reporting Tyreek Hill's new contract likely earns him $70 million or so guaranteed over 3 years. That is what the Dolphins take on in the space freed up by the Chiefs.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's awesome. This is awesome. I mean, this is as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely fantastic. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle on the offense. That is awesome. There's some speed on this team now. Okay? Some serious speed. Heat Fins, thank you for the love. He says, Big O, what is happening? What is happening is that your GM actually gets to do his job. And see, here's the difference here's where Chris Greer, he made a really tough decision in having to fire Flo, right? Because the optics are, oh my God, he won 9-10 games. We got to keep him, this, that, bunch of crap. And as we told you all last year, a bunch of crap was going on behind the scenes. And he cock-blocked a lot of stuff on this team. And now you see, I told you that they would hire a coach, that next coach was not going to have the same power. And that's what's happening. So now Chris Greer will take suggestions from Mike McDaniel. Hey, I need this kind of player. Okay, I'll go get him. Hey, can you get me Mostert? Yeah, we'll get you that guy. But when it comes to these kind of moves, these are all the front office doing this stuff. And you can tell. Yes, sir.
All right. We got a little bit more news on the contract. It's going to be a 4-year, $120 million extension, $72.2 million guaranteed.
Okay. Over 3 years.
The highest paid receiver.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams.
Yeah, exactly. What did Devontae get? Like 20 something, a little over 20 something. He's like at the same, just whatever. It is what it is. You got it. You got, two of the most explosive players in the NFL. This is freaking amazing. Okay. Freaking amazing. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. Get me to the regular season already. All right. That is awesome. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at the new KSDT Big O banner for next month when we're there. Really nice. Really nice. It looks sharp. There we go. Everything's so delayed. Wow, this is just, I mean, this gives, I'm happy for Tua, man. That's really what I am so happy for Tua, because Tua had to walk into a building playing for a coach that didn't want him from day one, pretty much sabotaged him, and was fighting against him the entire time. So the atmosphere was terrible. He couldn't hire offensive coaches if his life depended on it. Chris Greer tried to save his ass by getting him, Changeli, and he had to scare Changeli off. And so now Tua gets to go to work with a guy and a head coach in Mike McDaniel that believes in him and wants to support him and wants to build around him. And the front office already wanted to build around him. And now they go out and make moves to help him. And like I told you, they're not anymore in the sense of waiting for people to develop anymore. They've got to get Tua going in these next 2 seasons so they can pay him. But you're not going to be able to pay him if we kept the same environment the first 2 years. It would have been utter failure. And look how he's viewed by some of you, because you can't see through the trees. You don't see that there's no offensive line and no running game and no offensive coaching, no play calling, terrible play design, all of those things. Now he gets to go in a building where the play design will be elite, where people are competent and they know how to teach the run game, where now the front office can actually go and improve the line by acquiring players. They tried to acquire Eric Flowers, but the head coach didn't want Eric Flowers a year later. He would rather have Austin Jackson at guard. Sabotage. No, let's just start this kid against the Rams defensive front. Sabotage. No, I'm going to stay with Jacoby Brissett. Sabotage. It's amazing. So now he doesn't have a guy that's sabotaging his career. He now will have an offensive line. He will now have an offensive line coaches. He will now have an offensive coordinator that will scheme, and they will play design properly to complement one play after another, to set up one play after another, to set up one series after another. Because there is a rhyme and a reason to all of this. There are habits. There are things that you like to break. There are things you want to tease. There are things you want to sucker the opponent with. And the offensive coordinator does that on a consistent basis. And he does it in line with his offensive line coach. But you didn't have that synergy here. You didn't even have any of that there. He will have that now. When he walks into that building, he will have the support that he needs, like every quarterback in the history of time needs. Because no quarterback walks in and says, I don't need anybody. I can do it all myself. You remember like that jag-off in the replacements that played with the regular team, but then he came in and bumped Shane Falco out and was like abusive to everybody and all that crap, and he's better than ever. No, that's the guy that dies on the field because the quarterback's going to need everybody. So now finally Tua walks into the building and he will have the support he needs. So I'm super happy for Tua Tagovailoa because now his career will flourish and he will take off. Every quarterback needs support. Dan Marino didn't get it. Didn't get the defense. Didn't get half the offensive line. Didn't get the running game and never won a title. And didn't have enough playoff success like he should have because he didn't have that support staff. Yes, sir, Sean Stanley, the man that masters this program every single day.
I was just wondering how many Chris Greer haters there are right now compared to what there were about, a week and a half ago, probably.
Yeah. I wonder if some of you out there are off the I hate Chris Greer bandwagon. You will. Couple in another year after they have success this year and Tua looks good and the line looks better and even some of the linemen that were drafted look better because now they're being taught right and all that. People will change their mind and go, I overreacted, bro. Flow is a real problem here. And I got fooled by all the winning, thinking that really was him, and it really wasn't. So that'll all change with time. Now, will I hear from you? No, I won't. I didn't hear from you on Ryan Tannehill. So I don't expect to hear the Tua haters reaching out to me saying, hey, I can have fun with Joe Shad every week because I know that he wasn't a Tua guy, and then I can have fun now with Omar Kelly since he got off the bandwagon. And by the way, as the bandwagon's moving and you see some dude with dreads running trying to get on it, okay, and it's Omar Kelly, no, nobody reach out, okay? You let Omar Kelly run out of gas, run out of breath, and end up stopping in the middle of the road, hands down by his knees, breathing heavy, looking up as the bandwagon is pulling away and headed to a championship. Okay? So Joe Shad, Omar Kelly, you are not allowed on the bandwagon. And don't go trying to get on it now. All right? Don't go trying to write nice articles now. Don't go try saying, oh, he's looking so much better. And a month later into the season, oh, Tua's a different man. No, he's not a different man. It's a different effing organization around him. No bandwagon for you.
Hey, to add to that?
Yes.
Chris Kaufman on Twitter. I guess Teron Armstead, Tyreek Hill, Mike Gesicki, Emmanuel Ogbah, Cedric Wilson, and Connor Williams chose Tua.
Right. That's right. That's right. That is right. Good job by Chris Kaufman on that one. Big O, now I get to welcome my 12-year-old son back to the Miami Dolphins nation. As much as I hate it, he loves Tyreek Hill. Trust me, he knows Hill isn't a role model. Yeah. Hell of a player. Yeah, not a guy you definitely want to admire as a person. No. On Bills radio, they are celebrating because they are more focused on the Chiefs and have no fear of Tua. That's fine with me. I don't really care if they have a fear of Tua or not. That doesn't matter to me. That's the silliness you have to worry about. I don't really care about that. Ed Marti says, I'm sure Waddle can learn a lot from Hill. Yeah, that's right. That's another good point. He will learn a lot from Hill on the field. Maybe, hey, Hill teaches him on the field. Waddle teaches him off the field. Boom. Big O, I thought you didn't like trading, then paying them players big money. I don't. I'm not into that. But where are we? We don't have time to develop anymore. These 2 years here are about winning. You've drafted and developed enough players now. You have a core. Go get some free agents now. You got to get over the hump now. And you've got to develop a quarterback in the next 2 years because you got to pay him in year 5. So you have to hurry the process up now. They don't have any more. This idiot Flo ruined the process in the first 2 years. If you would have been able to do this with real coaching from year one, the process would have gone by a lot smoother. But because the offense has been so set back by Flo that now you got to get it going, my man. There's no more time to waste. So they've have the flexibility, they have the money, they have the picks. I normally, hey, the Armstead deal, I'm a little nervous about that one with his injury history, but I get it. You have no choice. He's the best lineman that was available anyway, but he does have an injury history, but you desperately need a left tackle. You don't have time to develop everyone. So you've got to cut some corners. And Conor and Teron Armstead allow you to cut those corners. That's what it is. What else do we have? Big O is so distracted. A good thing, my man. Let's go. I don't know what that means. I guess somebody was saying something I didn't read. There's 1,000 people on chat board. By the way, please smash the like button. Let's get it to 1,000. We got 1,000 watching. Let's see. Let me see. Let me refresh it here. How many do we have? We have 513. So we need 500 more to get to 1,000. Do us a favor, man. Hit the like button. This is what's going to help us grow, add more insiders, grow the show, add more programming that we're going to add. You know what I mean? So all of those things, it gets the algorithm out to other Dolphin fans, Heat fans, Canes fans, Marlins fans, Panther fans, Inter Miami fans, so they can find out about the program. Okay? Sean Stanley, sir, what do you got for us? Man, you are breaking news.
No breaking news. I'm just trying to ask you a question here. Because
Yes,
them
sir.
giving away, the first pick in the second round or the first
you don't want to go to you don't want to go to Vegas now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They believe in Dieter then, right?
Yes, that's a good point. Well, they still can sign a veteran, maybe not trade for one, but they can sign one. And again,
so you're saying J.C. Treader still a chance?
No. I think not that level. But I think also, I don't know what happens with X. Do they trade?
Yeah, that's true. I keep
for
forgetting
more
about
picks?
that domino. I forget about all the time. There's still some
it's just I now maybe they don't. Maybe they're going for it completely this year. You know what I mean? So they keep X and they make that run and all that good stuff. So then you just go with what you can, and maybe you buy a free agent that's out there now. That's obviously not as much as J.C. Treader. But if your guards are better, your Dieter should be better. Okay. Big O, I can see the brightness in your face as a longtime Dolphins fan like me, the excitement, man. We have a real shot now. Hell yeah, dude. It's freaking awesome, dude. This is great. This is what we've been waiting for as Dolphin fans, to make these kind of moves. And this is the position that they're in right now. They've got to do this, man. This is awesome. Doesn't get any better than this right now. Big O, how do you like the move Zito made for the Panthers at the trade deadline? Dude, everything Zito has done has been absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I love everything that he's done. He's been a great GM. He has a pulse of this team it's like I've never seen. Chris Z says, Ian from Brooklyn says, Big O, good grief, over 1,000 peeps watching. I'm so happy for you. Much deserved. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it as always. And we appreciate all of you for supporting the show the way you do here. Don't forget, Sean Stanley is coming your way at the top of the hour with a little wrestling talk. Let me see where the market is at right now, because it's been moving really, really well, man. Overall, Bitcoin is at 42,700. So it is approaching 43,000. Cardano is at $1.10. Holy crap, man. This thing was at, wait a minute, let me see here. Okay, here we go. It was at 79 cents. Where is it? Here we go. 79 right here. Tuesday, March 15th. it was at 79 cents. And now it's at $1.10. 31-cent climb already for Cardano. Up 12.5%. It is climbing. VeChain is soaring also. Over 6% right now. Love it. Love it. How about Cadena? I got some Cadena yesterday. It finally came on board live on OKCoin, only American exchange that has it. It's at 641. Yeah. We got in yesterday at 612. Yeah. It's already started to climb a little Cadena. Thing was at $22, man. So love it. Love it. Brett, the movie guy, says Wes Welker will be coaching Hill and Waddle. Amazing. I know. Thank you for the love in the super chat. DJ Gallagher, which, by the way, DJ Gallagher, I have your Gallagher. I'm just trying to figure out how I position it, bro. So I just want you to know, because DJ Gallagher brought us a Gallagher to Hialeah Park. Tomorrow we'll be at Hialeah Park, 10-1. And I appreciate you. I'm not ever opening this thing, by the way. I'm not playing this. I'm going to keep it just like this. But because I have a real Gallagher actually here in the house. That's my favorite. My wife's favorite game is Gallagher. I don't know if you knew that, DJ. I don't know if I told you that when you gave it to me. So I'm trying to find a spot for it and trying to create. I'm running. I'm out of space basically, but I've got to figure out a way because this thing is so cool. Thank you all for all the presents you guys give us. But I have it ready to go, DJ. I'm just trying to, set things up here. He says, last call, Dolphins bandwagon's about to leave the station. Forgiveness will be accepted for another 15 minutes. Last call. AH360, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, the question still remains. Can Tua stay on the field for a full season? That's fair. That's fair. But with a line and a running game, he will be able to stay on the field because he won't be taking the cheap shots. Craig Sebring, I love your racetrack, by the way. Craig, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, of course NFL Network is hating on the trade. Are they? They're hating on the trade? Well, that's all right. They're wrong.
Oh, I don't think that people are hating on the trade. It's just now the narrative has gone from Tua's not the quarterback to now Tua has no excuses. It's all related to, which, again, he has no excuses, but it can't be that, the Dolphins, Chris Greer made a great trade, got Tyreek Hill. Now there's no excuses for Tua to not be successful.
No, you still got to ball out. Baker Mayfield had the best running game in the NFL the last 2 years. Couldn't get it done. Couldn't be the difference maker. So, bottom line, he's got a running game now. He'll have an offensive line. He'll have receivers. He'll have coaches. It's time to ball, and he'll ball. I have no concerns at all about Tua. I never have concerns about Tua, the football player. Okay, the injury history. Okay, that can get you nervous. That's fair. That's a fair criticism because of the track record. I know he can play. I know he can throw a deep ball. I know he's smart enough. I know he works hard enough. This insulting thing out there that questions his work ethic is just so wrong, dude. He's a great young man, and he'll get it done this year. I am 1,000% sure of that. All he needs is what he has now. He has support finally. Big O, this isn't a good deal. Hill is a dynamic player, but too old, been hurt recently. Finns will regret this trade. There you go. You got to have those, right? You got to have those. You got to have those that absolutely don't believe in what the hell you're doing. By the way, Nature Bee is a proud sponsor of our program. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants, and I take it every single day. I tell you about Nature Bee every day. I take my 2 golden capsules. You should too, folks. That's why it's great for kids. It's great for the entire family, and it is all natural. It comes from Mother Nature, from Earth, from clean, green New Zealand. That's why we tell you it's all natural. You can actually get the capsule, break it in half, and eat the powder directly. and it will not taste bad at all. That's the beauty. Okay, try doing that with other vitamins. You don't want to taste it. You want to keep it in the capsule. That's how awesome Nature B is, folks. Not made by some people with lab coats or none of that stuff. And it's going to power you through the day, give you the energy you need. And what I love the most, boosting that immune system. In this virus-filled world that we're in right now, well, you might be vaccinated. You might be vaccinated and boosted. But if you're not, or either if you are, extra protection never helps. Those 2 golden capsules, I rarely ever have a cold. I've been saying that for 20 years, and I say it with confidence because it rarely happens. I haven't had a cold in well over a year and a half already. Kind of due for one, I guess. I got to make the mistake of sleeping with my mouth open. That's what usually happens when I get the cold air. That's the only time. But outside of that, I'm protected because Nature B protects it and boosts my immune system. So go to the website, naturebee.com. You can get free shipping on the plant pollen. 1 month, 3 months, 6 month supply. Use my code right there. Right there. Big O. See it there? Big O. Use the code Big O. Right there, naturebee.com. All right. What do we have here going on? Chris Greer is going all in. That's right. That's right. Big O, the Armstead signing will also make players like Phillips and Ginkle better. Yes, the offense will make the defense better, my friend. Eddie Lepp says, I can't believe the 180 Flores dropped his bomb 2 months ago. Look where we are now. Unbelievable. Greer, the man. What he's done with flipping picks, free agent, and steady and staying steady through all of this is amazing. That's right. And Eddie Lepp, we will be in the Flagler Beach area on June 12th, that weekend. So the 9th and the 10th, Sean Stanley and myself will be in the Flagler Beach, Daytona area, broadcasting live on June 9th and 10th. We'll be there for the whole weekend. So we'll work on Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday we get to hang out. What do you think about that, Sean? Do you want to go to Daytona or what? You don't want to hang out in Daytona, Flagler Beach, right? No, right? You don't want to do that. By the way, Sean, just want you to know there's always a motive behind all of this, why I set it up for that weekend. Why do you think also? What do you think is going on that weekend also?
I'm sure there's some type of music concert or something going on.
That's right, baby. The Interrupters are headlining in St. Augustine. In St. Augustine. So it's a short drive. So on Sunday, I'm going to go see my Interrupters. Yeah. So we get a good weekend. We broadcast out there, have some fun. It's a Dolphin bar. There you go. So Eddie Lepp, thank you, sir. And we will be back next year to that bar for Bike Week in Daytona. That's kind of the plan that I'm talking about there with my man. So, we'll have a little fun putting all of that together. So, you all right with going out to Daytona for Bike Week there, Sean? I got to make sure. I don't want to torture you with these kind of things now. You know what I'm saying?
I'm good for that.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. So my man Scott Fox is teaming up with us up there, and we'll have a little. I told you, you guys get the sponsor. We'll travel. I'm waiting for the sponsor in Saratoga, so we can go up there, bet some races, have some fun, broadcast. Ray says, and Ray, thank you for the love on the super chat. This is huge. Oh, how about our offense? What a difference new coach makes. Hey, Flo, you blow. Let me check the Cash App and Venmo, because those are other places where you all make donations, and we thank you for it as always when you do. Thank you. And we have Brett Franz. I'm Hans, and I'm Franz, and we're here to pump you up. Tyreek, baby, this year is going to be crazy. I'm with you. Brett, thank you, sir, for making the donation on Venmo as always. On Venmo and Cash App, obviously, we get the entire donation On the super chat, only 70% goes to us. So that's why we always appreciate all of you out there whenever you do make the donations through Cash App or Venmo. My text line, my personal text, is absolutely blowing up with friends all over the place, reacting to everything going on. So good stuff there. I love it. So we got the crypto market blowing up. We got Chris Greer blowing up with all these transactions. I love it. Bitcoin going to go over 44,000 today at one point. Cardano's at 12%. I mean, give me a break. This is just, life is too good, man. We got in on Cadena yesterday, and it's already up. Love it, man. And Cadena's pretty cool because it's a blockchain by some American guys in Brooklyn guys. And they put together a blockchain with Bitcoin technology, which obviously it's the most secure technology in the world because it's never been hacked. And then they have found a way to scale way faster than Bitcoin, and they can scale and add more and more and more to actually accommodate as they grow to have more transactions per second. Obviously NFTs and smart contracts and all kinds of stuff. And it's a young blockchain, but I am really excited about Cadena. I like what they're doing, and they're an American company. So I am all in with the Brooklyn boys over there, and Cadena, if you speak Spanish, cadena, chain, blockchain. I would imagine that's the origins of it. That's why it's called Cadena, because somebody there understands Spanish. And so blockchain, cadena. So I guess that's kind of the way they went about it, I would imagine. Antonio Abraham says, as a Dolphins fan, this was the move we were looking for. Now that's a splash. Who's covering both of these guys? Well, so is Teron Armstead. But yeah. How about Teron Armstead? You're sitting there going, damn, they just added Tyreek Hill too? Holy crap. The Waddle Tyreek Hill combination. Let me tell you, Cedric Wilson is loving life. Mike Gesicki is loving life. You got to worry about these two cats. So the back out of the backfield is going to be open. The tight end is going to have solo coverage. The slot receiver is going to have solo coverage. The linemen are going to feed off of all of this. The running game is going to feed off all of this because your strong safety is going to be driven crazy. He has to be worried about the passing game. The free safety has to worry, oh my God, where do I go? Left, right, left, right, left, right. Oh, I chose the wrong one. The strong safety is going, oh my God, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Wilson, Gesicki, Wilson. Oh, there's the run. Oh, I'm getting run over by 10 yards. This is Mike McDaniel creating mismatches all over the place. This is going to be one of the most enjoyable seasons as a Dolphins fan in 20 years or more. Maybe not 20 years. You know why? Because I'll give Ricky Williams his due because that 1 year was so awesome to watch him rush for, 1,800 yards or whatever, when he was just, the dreadlock demon, as Howard David would call him. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be a lot of fun, man. I think Poupart's Expos hat just flew off. Big O, listening to your show, stoned is the best. Toca life fun. There you go. Enjoy it. Spark it up, bro. Toke it up, Johnny. Relentless says, this year's Super Bowl, you've been saying it sarcastically. Now it's for real. I told you 2021 was the tune-up, and 2022 is the title. And here it comes. Sean, are you all right if we go to Arizona for Super Bowl week? I'm just wondering, bro. I'm just wondering. It'll come off a week in Vegas,
I can
covering
handle it.
Sweat Shrine and the Pro Bowl, and then we just go right over to Zona. So I'm just wondering, is that all right with you? Is it all right?
I can handle it to watch my Dolphins in the Super Bowl.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure, when we do this. And I just want you to know we're not even going to fly from Vegas to Zona. No, we're going to drive instead. Because then we'll stay a night in the Grand Canyon and broadcast from there. So Monday's show will be from the Grand Canyon, and then Tuesday we'll pull into Arizona and start then.
Can you make sure they run an Ethernet line?
I will. We'll be in a hotel or something there. I doubt we're going to be right in the canyon. I mean, they're not going to give us a line there, but we'll be at the Grand Canyon or something like that. You never know. We could do some stuff, man. The beauty of doing what we do now is we're not tied to any corporate entities, and we can cover all kinds of things. All we need is the support from all of you. Smashing the like button, visiting our sponsors, all of those things are going to help us grow. Watching, sharing the link, all of that. Okay? Those are the important things. And look, we were at 513. We got to 670, which is great, but that's 400 people that said, nah, I can't make an effort to hit a thumbs up. After all the work that Sean puts together every single day, those of you could not put a thumbs up.
That or maybe they just couldn't find the like button. You got some guys, they traded for Hill to attract the real QBs to come to Miami.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we got going on in the chat. That's going on in the chat.
Or maybe some of our listeners are too stoned to find the thumbs up or something. What can I tell you? Oh, Lordy. By the way, EJD Construction is also a proud sponsor of our program, and we love Eric and the great people at EJD Construction. 305-433-4843. They sponsor Omar Kelly's segment here, and if you need to improve your home, man cave, kitchen, you want to add an addition to your house, I'm not talking about a handyman. I'm talking about real construction inside your house. You call EJD Construction. You want that TV coming out of the roof or the wall, you call EJD Construction. All right, you want to build a fountain, you want to build something in the back of your yard so you can hang out recreationally, some kind of a hut, cooking, maybe you want to put a whole kitchen back there, all that stuff. Eric actually built one for himself, so he can do the same thing for you because I've been to his home. So has Omar. EJD Construction, 305-433-4843, and make sure you tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you as they always do. All right. What's it called? Panthers are off tonight. Tomorrow they will visit the Canadians. The Heat are on tonight. They host the Warriors at they host the Warriors today at FTX Arena. All right. That's it. We got a bunch of things. I got some other stuff, but we are out of time, man. We're over time already, and Sean has to do his thing and talk a little wrestling. So get ready for a little wrestling talk. We are wrapping it up here on the show. We'll see you tomorrow live at Hialeah Park, second floor poker room. Remember, on the 7th of May, we're going to have another boxing event out there. We'll be giving away tickets. Probably starting next week, we'll start giving away tickets. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, doing a great job with the Slomans Inside the Paint show. We thank Ian Rappaport with our Slomans look around the NFL. Ryan Vargas, he'll be racing this weekend in Austin in the Pit Boss 250, which is actually a really cool name. So we thank Ryan Vargas for joining us, and Joe Shad. And if you missed any of those interviews, they will be podcasted. You can rewind. You can watch them again on YouTube. All those interviews and rants will be posted also on YouTube by Sean. So you'll be able to watch all of that. Also, we will see you tomorrow live from Hialeah Park. Stay tuned, baby. It is the Square Circle Digest with the man, the myth, the legend, the one that masters this program every single day, Sean Stanley. Have a great one.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right, Squared Circle Digest, AEW tonight. Of course, with the Tyreek Hill signing now, this is, we're only going to hit probably about the next 10, 15 minutes. We'll keep you here, and then we will let you go enjoy the signings today. Teron Armstead, and then also now Tyreek Hill added to the Dolphins. So now, fantastic. We get started the Squared Circle Digest every Wednesday. We start with last week's ratings. Again, we start with Dynamite. That is the show tonight. But last week, they did a 993, a 0.38, which was third in the rankings on the big shows. Rampage at 398, a 0.13, which was dead last. SmackDown led the way with a 2.14, the 0.58. They also went up against the NCAA. And then Raw this past Monday was a 1.76, the 0.50. And so, again, AEW falls a little bit farther down. Look at that, the Drew McIntyre rules. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that? DJ Gallagher, what's up? Man 1005 holds. Of course, AEW tonight will be from right outside of Austin. I think it's Cedar Park, Texas is where they're at, the HEB Center. Man, the one thing I love about AEW is they've already got the matches announced. They usually announce them way before a match that did get added, which could end up being the show stealer, Adam Cole, Jay Lethal. You got Red Velvet, Layla Hirsch in a rubber match. Chris Statlander banned from ringside. Bryan Danielson, John Moxley taking on the Varsity Blondes. You got CM Punk making his first appearance since defeating MJF at Revolution. And then, of course, MJF will speak, costing Wardlow the TNT title. Chris Jericho, Daniel Garcia versus John Silver and Alex Reynolds. And the Tornado Tag Team match, Private Party, the Butcher and a Blade versus the Hardy, Sting, and Darby Allin. The one thing I love about AEW is they had most of those matches already listed. They added Adam Cole and Jay Lethal last night or the night before. But for the whole week, they've been promoting these shows. That's something that WWE does not do. You saw it for the first time in a while. They actually did put some matches out that are going to be debuting. I think that's one of the things that they have to do. You have to start promoting some of these shows ahead of time. Look, you can't be writing the show up to the minute it goes on air because it comes across that way on TV, which is why I think Raw has been slumming it a little bit lately. But also, I just think people are tired of WWE. Last time they were in Austin, they had QT Marshall and Brandon Cutler job the dudes dress up like. Really, was that after? I guess that was the dark main event. I'm guessing with the dress up like Jesus Christ and Scooby Doo. That sounds like that's something they would do. I mean, remember they had QT Marshall. I knew who you meant when you said the CT. I knew you meant QT Marshall. They do a lot of stuff. They get fans involved, especially once the cameras are off. You saw Lance Archer attack one of the fans was last week or on Rampage. I can't remember which one it was. Everything starts running together. But again, they bring the fans into it. They make it a show that everybody. Yeah, it was after Dynamite. Yeah, I figured JP. Yeah, they do a very good job of entertaining the crowd, no matter what. I mean, those guys. But again, the one thing that I think a lot of people forget is that AEW can do that stuff. They're the only people that they have to make money for is themselves, whereas WWE has to answer to shareholders. You can't just throw I know everybody says they want to go back to the Attitude Era and throw out the scantily clad women and everything else. But when you look at what AEW is doing, they're kind of appealing to the fan base, but the eyes aren't there. WWE still leading the way, even though everybody says WWE sucks, WWE is the worst, and everything else. You look at it week in and week out, they're still leading the ratings. Jaime, Big O will be back on tomorrow morning. So we'll have to see about the Josh Boyer stuff. We're talking wrestling right now, at least for the next couple minutes, taking you up to the bottom of the hour here on the Squared Circle Digest. But again, tonight, I'm really looking forward to Jay Lethal and Adam Cole. I'm very interested in that. And then also looking forward to what Tony Khan does for Super Card of Honor. Funny thing about what he said, that he was not going to run an AEW show during WrestleMania weekend. So what does he do? He's got Super Card of Honor, which is the ROH brand. And now you're seeing a lot of the AEW and HM. Hey, dude, I know no one cares about wrestling, but I appreciate you tuning in. Sean, where do you think Wyndham ends up? I think ultimately, if he goes anywhere, it's going to be to AEW. That's my honest opinion on that. If he goes anywhere, it's AEW, because he's going to want the creative freedom. And you're not getting that at WWE. Vince will not allow that. But again, do they want to, bring him back in? And if they do, then ultimately, hey, Jaime, thank you very much for that super chat, man. Appreciate you. And Big O does as well. If he wants that creative freedom, does he work into the contract? Does Vince give him that ability to? If he does get the ability to now for creative freedom, you may see him back in WWE, but that's a big if. And Frankie Fresco, Wyndham is Fiend. For those that don't know, he's he is a Wyndham. Let's see what else we got. Brooklyn Rob. Sean, I was a big Freebird fan back in the day. Had a chance to watch the Michael Hayes Freebird Road video. It was awesome. Have you seen it? Is that the one, the tribute to Terry Gordy? Is that the Freebird Road? That's the tribute to Terry Gordy, I believe, right? If that is, yeah, I've seen it many times, actually. Terry Gordy was one of my favorites, man. I loved him as a big man. I know he only came into WWE as like the executioner or things like that, but I thought, if you get a chance to watch any of his work in Japan and some of his stuff in World Class as the Freebirds and things like that, I mean, dude, Terry Gordy was the man. That May Young thing was dumb. Oh, what JP say? Did I miss something? What May Young thing? Attitude Era had some gibberish too. Mae Young and anything involving Mark Henry. The women's matches often were horrendous. Boss Man and Big Show. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at all the stuff with what was it? The Big Show and the Boss Man were when Boss Man stole they're burying his father, right? They said they're burying his father. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just again. Back then, they were throwing stuff to the wall, seeing what stuck. Now, not so much. I don't think so, Drew. I don't think they have. When you say some decent storylines, you've got Lesnar, Roman Reigns. You've got the one Seth Rollins is currently working. Kevin Owens, short-lived one right now with Stone Cold. But, I mean, what are some of the other storylines that are decent right now that they've got going? Because I think they've worn out the Charlotte Flair, Ronda Rousey already. You've worn out the women's title going into WrestleMania. To me, the women's tag team title. I do like the Bianca Belair and Becky Lynch if they keep that going. So, I mean, I guess when you say some, you can kind of, sugarcoat it that way. Frankie Fresco, when is Cody coming out for WWE? Word is he will either be out this Monday, if they want to work it that way, or they wait, because again, Seth Rollins said there would be no Raw unless he has an opponent named. So maybe they come out and they say, we're not going to tell you who your opponent is, but you have a match at WrestleMania, and then they bring out Cody at WrestleMania. So again, how long they want to prolong it, we'll see. But all indication is that just like Tyreek Hill, Cody Rhodes has signed to the WWE. Of course, Tyreek Hill signed to the Dolphins. Midnight Express, awesome intro. One of the great ones. One of the great ones. But that was back then when you had, music entrances were not, everybody didn't always have a musical entrance. I mean, until Starrcade. I mean, before that, it was the Fabulous Ones kind of started that. And then you had Michael Hayes and the Freebirds, and a lot of that. So that was Bossman and Al Snow. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Remember Dink and Doink? Yeah, there's quite a few doinks, actually. You had Matt Bourne, Steve Kern, and a whole bunch of other ones. Attitude Era definitely had some cringe. Yeah, cringe, but it sold. It worked at that time, you had to out cringe what was going on in WCW. And luckily they did that. Drew McIntyre's storyline is decent. I think you're a little biased there, the Drew. I'm tired of the Drew Happy Corbin storyline. It's been going since January and it hasn't changed at all. So I don't know. For me, it's different for me as far as, I don't mind it dragging out, but to let them all the ways fight each other, there's no build to it for me. I've already watched him fight, Corbin. I've already watched him fight Moss, Madcap Moss. I've watched, tag team matches with them. I've already seen them lay hands on each other. To me, that takes away from a storyline. If you want to do it, let him run. Yeah, he might get hit once, but then he powders out and he leaves. He doesn't come back in for an ass whooping. So I just think they've worn that out. Again, this is all my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Not saying you're wrong by saying it's a decent storyline. For you, it is. JP on Sports Radar KO is leading to a slow burn turn and huge face push for Riddle. Yeah, no, 100%. That was supposed to have happened long ago. These two were not supposed to be a team that you see today. It just the chemistry happened. Orton did get injured. Riddle had to carry the team for a little bit longer, and then it ultimately ended up being what you see now. I think ultimately, yeah, you're going to see that turn, but right now, it's a team that is making money and has eyes on them. So right now, you're not going to see that turn. Ultimately, will you? Yeah, definitely. I know it's not like Warrior Hogan storylines, but we are older. Let's see here. Got Poo-Poo back on. Let's see what he says now. Uh-oh. John Rouse, what's up with that? All right, Sean, as one of your unofficial self-appointed video game reporters, Retromania for Xbox and PlayStation has a decent story. Royal Rumble, 4 out of 5 stars. All right, I'm going to take that up. I'm going to have to go get that out for Xbox. I got an Xbox here, and I took it back from the little ones, and now I'm going to start using that. Sean, a little bit behind on the texting and watching the show today. Didn't realize you were on now. Oh, okay, John Ross. I forgive you now. The American males. Oh, my goodness. Remy, why, man? Why? Scotty Riggs and Buff Bagwell, or at that time, was he still Marcus Alexander Bagwell? At that time, Ric Flair actually used Phil Collins' Easy Lover as an entrance song for a little bit. Yeah. Let's see here what we got. Viano 5, go. I see. I don't know if you are if you're kidding there or what, Remy. You have to let me know. I don't like Rhea Ripley as a tag team with Liv Morgan. I think they should let her be by herself and compete for a title. I hope they start pushing. I would like to see Liv Morgan get pushed and Rhea Ripley as well. Rhea Ripley needs to be pushed for the title, but I'd love to see Liv Morgan get a run, get some victories under her. I wouldn't mind them putting the belts on those two and then ultimately maybe having Liv turn and go heel on Rhea, or vice versa, have Rhea go heel on her ultimately and have them feud. But I think both of them deserve a good little push there. Drew needs to move up to the championship again, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what they do once Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns hit the, WrestleMania. They're going to combine the matches, and then what comes next? Because each network wants to have their own champion. You're going to combine the titles, and I gotta believe, unless WWE wants to mess this up, Roman Reigns gets the victory. You can cheat Lesnar all you want, but I think Roman Reigns needs to walk out the champion. But now what happens to Raw and USA Network? What championship do they get? Do you have Roman do both shows? What's going to happen in that case? If that is the case, then I think you start seeing, McIntyre get boosted back up into the title picture, because then you'll be able to do a lot more with one champion and make it interesting. You went from world title, universal title matches at Mania to curtain jerk throwaway match with Corbin. Yeah, they have to do that, though. You got to reset. You got to reset a lot of these guys, because there's not a lot of guys that can go for the title. So ultimately, people get tired of them. Macho Man Savage is the most entertaining ever. 100%. Jaime, thank you for the super chat. Sean equals Rick Steiner. I don't think about that. No. They're not fond of poop art. Oh, okay. That's who poop. Okay. All right. Always preferred Macho Man over Hogan. Greater good. You're a very good man. Very good. I agree there. I can't say too much bad about Madcap. He had a tryout for the Dolphins. Top Dollar also played for the Dolphins too. Yeah. Yeah, no. AJ Francis played for a couple teams. I think there's a picture of him, I think, with the Bengals. I believe that there was a picture of them the other day he sent out, and he's like, one day I'll let you know what was said in this conversation. I'd give Liv a good push or two. I bet you would, JP. I bet you would. Road Warriors. Yeah, Road Warriors, when they came out with Black Sabbath, that I don't think there's ever been a much better marriage of a song and leading somebody to the ring, other than maybe Ric Flair, with the Space Odyssey. When that music hits, when Black Sabbath first hit, you knew, the Road Warriors were coming. Gordon Soley, my favorite. He's my favorite. I grew up on Championship Wrestling in Florida. I did more Sunrise Musical Theater, War Memorial Auditorium, did go down to the Miami Beach Convention Center a few times, but I was more Broward at that time. Let's see what else we got here. He won the championship with no fans there at WrestleMania. It sucks. Yeah, I mean, Drew, that's the one thing, though, is I think, that whole time frame for those guys. But I think what it did is it made the performers a lot better, because when I take aim at WWE, I'm not taking aim at the talent. When I take aim at AEW, not usually taking aim at the talent. It's usually the writing, the storylines, the creative around a lot of the talent is always there, man. They're delivering, again, NXT and some of the guys on AEW and the ladies a little bit slow at time, but they're learning on camera. They're learning on TV. That becomes, that's something where they got to learn and grow through that. Sorry about that. They're learning on TV, so it's going to be a little bit slower for them to pick up. At the same time, you got a million things running through your mind, so everything happens and it slows down. But let's see here. What local wrestling in South Florida is good to watch? Excuse me real quick. There's quite a few. You've got CCW. You've got FEW. You've got Magic City Wrestling. There's quite a few here in the South Florida area, that are pretty good. I think, if I'm not mistaken, CCW has a show this week, I believe, in Fort Lauderdale, somewhere in Fort Lauderdale. Remy Undertaker, the best rings all time. Yeah, but that he choreographed his entrance, and he did that so many times that it became, second nature to him, that he every step was on a note. That is one of the things. He was so attention to detail on a lot of things that it is very interesting to see how much, and what went into that character. And then why he's the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Let's see here. The Cheetahs in Miami, 100%. Let me see what else we got here. All right. Almost time for me to get out of here. I went a little bit over where I was supposed to go. I want to thank everybody that tuned in today for the Big O Show, for Inside the Paint, for the Squared Circle Digest. I'll be back on tonight at 10, talking some AEW. Until then, in the words of the great Gordon Soley, so long from the Sunshine State.